Thank you. All right. Evening, everybody. Happy New Year.
You hit something.
Oh, good New Year. Happy New Year. All right, so we have two workshop items tonight. Historic preservation and demolition moratorium discussion and the use tax discussion. So we're gonna start with the historic preservation and demolition moratorium.
One second. Yeah, she just left.
Can you find your mouse? There it is.
Oh, sorry. That's okay.
So, as we recall, we in place a demolition moratorium to give staff some time and our boards and commissions some time to help us decide, provide some options about what we can do to encourage folks to not demolish our historic buildings. And do you want to walk us through the options?
Sure, happy to, Mayor and Trustees. So Lisa Ritchie, Town staff, here with us tonight. We have Chair of our EBC, Paul Dreyer, and Chair of our HVC, Sarah Lorang, Amy Schwartz, who is Chair of our PCDC, had another commitment tonight, so I don't think she'll be joining us. But I'm just going to walk through the information that was presented in the cover memo, add maybe a little additional context around it, and then invite up Sarah and Paul to share their thoughts from their commissions, and then we'll take any questions that you have before we get to discussion direction later in the evening.
Here.
So, as you know, back on August 4th, the town adopted a a moratorium on the issuance of demolition permits for properties in the historic downtown. The map before you on the screen shows the area that is subject to that. The moratorium is set to expire on April 6th of 2026. So we're about halfway through the moratorium. We have not taken a little while to get us to this point. So as you know, we established historic preservation regulations in 2021, allows the town to designate properties and districts. To date, the depot is our only local landmark. We do have numerous properties on the state and national registers. Local designation, which is not necessarily what we're directly talking about tonight, but it's certainly related, provides the town the greatest oversight of changes and demolitions to historic properties. And over the past few years, we've lost 2 structures in our historic downtown area, although the issuance of those permits likely would have been permitted under the exemptions in the moratorium. So we have met a couple times between staff and the chairs of these 3 commissions and just discussed, kind of pros and cons of different options. Staff did some research on what other neighboring communities are doing, as well as Chair Lorang and myself met with Lindsay Llewellyn, who is our representative with History Colorado, the State Historic Preservation Office, to discuss some options. So tonight we have 3 different ones to present to you. Certainly these aren't the only ones. These were just kind of 3 that rose up. And we'll just walk through them here quickly. So option 1 would require approval of a development plan, which is similar to what we approved, or essentially what we approved recently for 402 Main Street, prior to issuance of a demolition permit. So this would allow town to see all of the changes that would occur on the property prior to allowing a property owner to demolish his building, unless it was exempted for life safety purposes. We, as well as the State Historic Preservation Office, was not able to identify any Colorado communities that require this process for non-designated structures. So this is really typical process for structures that have been designated as historic. So typically, once a community, so a typical process would be a property owner would apply to be landmarked. By receiving that landmark designation, they would agree to have any changes to the exterior of the building be reviewed either, by an elected body, either historic preservation or a town board of trustees, prior to making changes. So to have that similar process for a property that's not formally designated, we would be unique. I would call this the most restrictive option that is on the table. Because of that, it would provide us the most control over changes to any historic property that would be subject to this code. However, it also provides kind of the greatest degree of uncertainty and the highest level investment for a decision by a property owner. So we can come back to any questions you have on this one, but this one would be fairly unique. Option 2 would be to create a process that would allow the town to issue a stay of demolition. So this would be a process that we would approve through an ordinance that would create essentially kind of criteria and the ability of the town to not immediately allow issuance of a demolition permit prior to some degree of review by the town. And so typically, in order to place a stay, we'd need to hold a public hearing. The property would need to be likely eligible for landmarking. And the purpose of the stay would be to allow the town staff, the Historic Preservation Commission, and the property owner time to collaborate together on, what's preventing preservation of the structure. Is it a financial implication? Is it a design challenge? Are there anything, that we could do to work with the property owner to compel them to keep the building, things like that. These stays are typically issued between 90 and 180 days, so they're certainly a set time period. If they expire, the property owner can go ahead and receive their demolition permit with no further action by the town. But it really just allows the town to work with property owners through kind of a formal pause, similar to kind of the moratorium that we have in place now. Again, this does require additional process for development timelines, and it does provide, include some degree of uncertainty for developers, although the timeline is finite. And this process is relatively common within other communities in Boulder County. So Boulder, City of Boulder, Boulder County, Lafayette, Longmont, and Louisville all include some degree of this demolition stay process for properties that would likely be eligible for landmarking. So happy to answer questions on this once we kind of get to that point on it. And finally, a third option would just be to increase the town's efforts toward incentivizing historic preservation. So we could enhance existing tools that we have, as well as develop new incentives to improve town goals related to historic preservation. Just kind of a review of what some other communities do might be to waive the requirement for off-street parking in exchange for preserving a structure, permit fees or use tax waivers, promote the use of the revolving loan fund for restoration work, promote to a higher degree than we do the availability of tax credits and other benefits of historic preservation, or maybe provide more flexibility with other desired land uses. So again, in exchange for saving the building, maybe we give them additional density or additional uses that maybe are not available to a developer that would not take advantage of the program. This would be the least restrictive option. It wouldn't be required, but just something that could improve outcomes in the short term. If the board is interested in kind of developing any of these, we would need some direction and guidance on the applicable geography. So does this really only apply to the historic downtown area? Do we want to consider this for all commercial, historic commercial development, even maybe further along on the commercial corridor, or would any property in town be subject to the code? Next, we would need to consider the definition of demolition. So would that just be simply removing the structure? More typically, the communities that issue the stay of demolition actually regulate that for kind of any change to the exterior of the structure. So any interior work is not regulated really by any of these communities, but say you wanted to remove one of the walls or replace the windows or change the exterior facade materials, that would be considered a demolition under a lot of these stay programs in our neighboring communities, because you'd be altering the historic character of the building. Next, we would want to make sure that we have a clear understanding of the age of applicability for when these programs apply. National Historic Preservation Standards, typically, properties become eligible once they're 50 years of age or older. So it's kind of a rolling date. Over time, we obviously would have more properties that would come into requirements under this code. Other communities set a fixed date. Louisville, for example, has set 1955. Anything that was built prior to 1955 is subject to the code. Anything after 1955 is not subject to the code. We would need to do some research to understand kind of what that period of significance is for Lions. If we wanted to set a cutoff date where we just say, you know what, these are the age of structures that we care the most about that should be subject to the code. We want to be sure that as we develop any of these regulations, we have cognizance of staff and commission capacity. So often the communities that have, you know, particularly option 2, or option 1 with, you know, historic districts and large number of landmark structures, you know, they typically have dedicated historic preservation staff. We have a part-time staff person who has about 10 hours a week, time dedicated toward managing a program. The other thing that, the State Historic Preservation Office kind of cautioned us is if you want to carefully consider whether or not a stay is appropriate, you should have a strong body of research available to lean on. So if someone is going to say this property, you know, before you can take it down, we as a body, whether that's the board or HPC, needs to understand if it would meet the criteria for landmarking. We'd want to make sure that that research is kind of already done and prepared so that we don't have to delay the process further to do that or make a decision without adequate research. So we can talk more about what that might mean. Finally, you know, the board could just decide over the next few years that you'd like to prioritize additional grant applications to conduct some of this research. I know HPC is actively pursuing a grant to do a good amount of research, grant funded over the next year, just so that we can build that body of research to begin to develop a program so that we have more basis for making those decisions in a timely manner. And so with that, I'm happy to invite up Paul and Sarah just to share their thoughts on behalf of their 2 commissions, unless there's any questions you'd like me to answer before we hear from them.
Any questions before we hear from Paul and Sarah? David?
Yeah, on option 3 on the incentives, some of those are obviously things we as a town could do, but when you mention like promote availability of tax credits and other things, so some of those are out of our wheelhouse, is that correct?
Right, we don't necessarily control the tax credits, but we could just, you know, similar to how we promote maybe grant applications with Boulder County or, you know, tax credits.
Okay, just do
Excel. We
education
yeah,
or, okay,
exactly.
Connect them with the right people.
okay.
Anyone else before we hear from?
Are you contemplating that for option 2, every property that is eligible for historic preservation would receive a stay?
Not necessarily. So again, I think that's where I didn't include. I included links to the code, but in this, I reviewed all the codes in the other communities, and generally it works like this. So the town would receive an application for demolition. The first step is to have town staff kind of look at the building. If it has received permits for a lot of exterior work, you know, and really it's really evident the historic character was changed in 1982, right? Then they would have the ability to release that permit. If that's not clear, then it would go typically to kind of a subcommittee of staff and 2 members of HPC. And then they would look at it based on the criteria, whatever we would set for the criteria. They would have the ability to release it if it's clearly evident that it wouldn't be eligible for landmarking. And if they're not sure, or they think it would be eligible for landmarking, then it would go to a full public hearing with public notice. So not every property would have to go through the process, but you kind of set up a series of checks just to make sure. But again, that's why all of that takes time and capacity and that body of research to be able to make those early determinations so that you're treating. And then again, that's like which properties, the geography, the age of constructions for the original, which ones are subject to even starting that process.
Yeah, you might want to say downtown might be a different age than residential structures. I mean, 50 years, 1975,
Seventy-six.
or 76 now. But, you know, you may have a different criteria for the downtown commercial district than residential.
We can come back to more questions too, but I want to make sure we give
Yeah.
the folks.
They want to come sit up here?
Want to sit at the table or podium?
Right.
I was just gonna say what the HBC
Yeah.
was thinking.
Whatever you feel like sharing.
So the HBC has not seen kind of these three options in their current form. I think they've kind of iterated a bit since the HBC had their last meeting, which was in November. But from the get-go, their priority or our priority has always been one to kind of preserve the current architectural assets. And this is something we've been looking at and talking about for at least like a year and a half now. But I would say an urgency was kind of created when we were casually reaching out to some business owners about local designation. And we were reaching out to some people who we thought were kind of like safe business owners because their properties were on the national register. Only to learn that which I ignorantly did not know, that even though they are on the national register, there's nothing stopping them from demolishing that building tomorrow. Or at least no real teeth to it. So that was concerning to us. So there really aren't any strong protections downtown. And then kind of coupled with that, we also have a lot of concerns because we want about new construction and to make sure that complements the existing downtown. You look at areas like downtown Mead, where the new stuff doesn't really blend in with the old, and it fundamentally changes the look and feel of downtown. And while we don't have a strong feeling on needing a designated historic downtown, our downtown looks and feels historic, and that was really important to us. So we don't necessarily need the label though. So it's kind of balancing, adding more teeth to kind of current regulations to preserve what we love about downtown Lyons. But also still encouraging the development that we really, really need. And so we didn't really know the answers to that specifically. The things that we did throw out, the tying a demolition to a major development plan, the HPC was very supportive of that because they liked the fact that that major development plan would have already gone through the design criteria and the design guideline. They would have had to present to the PCDC, they would have had to present to you. And so that the town kind of fundamentally is mostly okay with what they want to put in its place before demolishing. That kind of added a level of security or certainty in our mind. And then when we talked about kind of the opposite end, the really light touch of just doing incentives, I think the economic value or the economic cost of preserving a historic structure is significant. And so I don't know that the incentives that the town would be able to offer would be enough to actually change someone's mind because it'd be a big enough delta economically. So I think the HPC was not as supportive of the super light touch. I think that middle ground we hadn't really talked about, so I can't really speak into that, but I'm sure of that.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, it's been a pleasure work just in collaboration with HPC on this at the EBC. Mark, did we get copies of,
Yeah.
we had one thing that I don't know, I think some of you all have just received this, but we wrote a letter from the EBC dated, I think, September 12th or something like that. Just with some initial thoughts that, and the conversation has moved forward from there, but I think that it's helpful to express some of the EDC's thoughts through there. I, share Sarah's in the entire EDC's share, just this balance of like, we feel historic preservation is part of economic vitality. So 100% want to support it. And when we think about the worry of demolishing historic structures versus the issue of potentially like our downtown being underdeveloped right now and underutilized. From the EVC perspective, we feel like the possible future problem for historic preservation is not as important as like promoting solid development and just smart development right now. So it's tricky. So I think the EDC would not be in support of the heavier touch like option one, when we weigh the like possible issues that are out there. We love incentives, and I definitely shared Sarah's worry about like, we don't know what the right incentives would be, so we would encourage staff to do just more research on, providing direction around like, what are the biggest incentives? Like, that would be, if we could figure that out, that would be, and I recognize that's easier said than done, that would likely be where we would want to lean in the most. And the last thing that I would say here, which is just like an interesting piece of data, and it's I don't know what the right word is. I don't know if it's hearsay or it's like just interesting. I would take this with a grain of salt, but at our last EBC meeting, I think this was relevant. We had Edna from Moss Rock Development as a guest speaker, just talking about the hotel project, getting us updated. And we brought up, if like option one or option two, a stay was in place back in 2001 when they were just first buying that property. How would they have felt about that as incoming new developers? And they said, and again, take this with a grain of salt, hindsight is hindsight. But Edna said that they probably would not have moved forward with the project if some sort of stay was in process, in that demolition stay was in effect. And so it is interesting, going back to what I was saying before, of like, we want to, make sure that we're supporting development, also supporting downtown to make sure we don't overcorrect. And again, who knows? It's obviously, it was a different landscape in 2021 when they were just starting that conversation, but I do think it's a relevant piece of information for you all to consider.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have any questions for our esteemed guests?
Okay, one for Sarah, and I'm gonna put you on the spot here. And what I'm interested in, what would you think and I'm asking this because of the 401 or 402 project. Okay, if I owned a building and I demoed it and I built some cheap box, what's the premium of doing it the right way, like what you guys are considering doing?
We never got estimates on what should not.
50%?
I would say it's probably half. I mean, like right now, our low end estimate is $4.5 million for a 2-story building, which makes. I mean, compare that to like building a house, like
Right.
it's really not that much square footage for a $4.5 million building, and to do it the right way. And I mean, just on a personal note, the reason I became involved with the 402 Main project is because that's exactly what someone was going to build there. And I had such a strong reaction to it that we're now in so deep, there's no getting out. Because that is what was gonna go there. It was gonna be a 40-foot tall building that's steel, that's cheap, that's made all the economic sense to the developer, probably none of the community buy-in that we would want.
Thanks. And Paul, I mean, the stay, I heard what you say, and I agree with, the vacancies we have and just a less than ideal business climate right now, but if we looked at a stay, would the EVC be supportive of, a 90-day, because it seems like if you're going through the due diligence of doing a demolition or somebody's buying it, that's gonna take a period of time anyway. So if that clock started during that, and we had a short window, which impacts staffing, but that's a different discussion. Is that something that?
I do hear you, like the 90 to 100 days sounds like normal, like 3 months does not seem like a long time. If someone is having a larger development project, seems like they could wait it out while that could all over 3 months. And that seems to be like a relatively light touch to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just adding on to that, from my experience, having worked in a community that regulated both residential and commercial properties with the potential placement of stays. I think the commercial property owners largely have a pretty long development timeline, and as long as you have communicated to them ahead of time that, this is part of the process. Granted, maybe they weren't starting the process to begin with, but in my experience, development still happened. I think they just kind of factor that in to, if you're a desired location to develop. I think it wasn't kind of a deal breaker. I think where it got trickier was on residential property. I think folks often were a little more surprised to hear, like, wait a minute, all I want to do is change my windows and now I have to go through this process. And often we wouldn't do a stay for windows, but it still triggered a review. And so you can still do it, but I think then again, that messaging, that like really good staff, like availability, and somebody to like guide and walk through the process with a really high degree of customer service, I think is really critical to have the program not feel onerous.
The other thing that, Lisa, you correct me if I get any of this wrong, but I've heard you say is that there's sort of two parts of this issue. There's the demolition and then there's the rebuild of like
Yeah.
building the giant steel structure. And I've heard Lisa say that like in our code, as I think you all talked about, there's a lot of like shoulds, not shalls. In fact, I like all shoulds, no shalls.
Yeah, that's right.
However, I have heard you say that you all as the BOT have like good opportunity to deny permitting to
A bit,
poor,
yeah.
poor development that's coming out, even without the shoulds in the code and the design guidelines. So, you know, it is risky and it's, you know, but there is this layer of like the second half of this equation of the rebuild, where we have like a backstop for it and no current backstop for the demolition part of it.
Yeah, I think just to build on that, I would agree. I think the process that the town went through in 21 and 22, I think, to create the design guidelines, while I think they have a really great degree of flexibility, I do think there's enough of a backstop that if there's a building in there that the board finds does not meet the criteria, you have a basis for denial. I think it becomes a little bit of a political question if, you know, you want to go ahead and approve it anyway, but I think the way the code and the criteria is written, that if there's something that you don't like that comes forward that doesn't meet the design guidelines, you can say no. I think the tool you don't have now is the ability to prevent a demolition to get to that point, right? So that's the thing, that right now those processes are kind of decoupled. The circumstance where they would be coupled together potentially would be on like a modification of an exterior, right? So say somebody has an existing historic structure and they want to maybe do an addition, or they want to revise the facade enough that it would require a development plan, which the threshold, you know, I think is reasonable and fairly low. So they want to do an addition off the back. Before we could issue the changes, that would have to go through the public hearing process, and then you would have the ability to say, you know, this design is okay, and it leans on the historic preservation standards and things like that. So they are coupled a little bit for remodels.
It seems though, just based on what you just said,
Mhm.
if we went forward without the stay, somebody demos a building.
Yep.
And then they get into a situation where they present something, the
Mhm.
board of trustees goes, no, and then the cost goes up 2x because of what we want to see. So, and now we're sitting with a hole in the ground for another 4 or 5 years potentially, so.
Potentially, but I think it's, I mean, yes, but a stay could potentially expire and you could run into that same problem.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it doesn't
At least
prevent it, but
it
yeah,
forces a conversation up front
yes.
in a timely manner.
And I think that's frankly kind of the purpose of that, right? Just to make sure folks know this is important. Our historic character is a high value for our community. And we want to make sure that our value is reflected in our codes and our processes, that that's a value we hold.
Is anybody here aware of a single instance in which a building worthy of historic preservation in Lyons had been proposed to be demolished?
I haven't looked at our history enough. I mean, I think I'm certain we've lost historic structures over the years, but whether it was at a point in time
Fires.
when, well, or just, you know, I mean, even in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, right? I mean, yes, I'm sure we have lost structures, but in kind of this modern era of when we've regulated them, I don't know.
I would say some people would think that where the hotel site would have liked to see those structures. I mean, one was a Texaco Cool gas station and the other was, you know, historic from it was a sanitarium, it was a hotel. It was, you know, I guess that's depends on the viewer.
But, and that's why I phrased it as worthy of historic preservation.
Worthy, I don't, yeah, that's hard to know.
Because that one was full of asbestos, structurally compromised, it needed to go, to my
Yeah,
opinion.
I don't know.
Some people aren't aware of the condition it was in. I'm curious, I thought that Mayor Pro Tem Williams, who's the liaison to the HPC, told us at some point that after this came up the first time that they weren't interested in
Well,
this.
and that was, yes,
So what?
Not
and I missed the last one.
Yeah.
Have they changed? I'm curious, what,
Might change.
we were told that
My sense was
he
that
didn't wanna do this.
we initiated it and then we're backing off from it. So that's the last thing I.
We never asked for a demo moratorium. We were just wanting more protections in place.
Sure.
Without impacting economic development or trying to lessen these development and a moratorium. I didn't think there was an immediate threat. I think there's a lot of vulnerability downtown when you look at how many properties are visibly for sale, and then the ones, if you just happen to know the property owner, that they're very interested in selling but haven't listed it. I mean, it's like more than half of downtown is on the market.
It should be for
So there's a
sale.
certain vulnerability there. And we don't want to negatively impact development either. So we thought a moratorium felt a little extreme. We wanted to just instead start moving forward with the discussions we're having right now without a moratorium.
Kind of the flip side of that question is, you mentioned it, I'm unaware of anybody ever proposing, even getting to first base on any kind of a three-story glass and steel proposal.
It was who offered to buy the building. He submitted plans with it.
Just,
And I've
So
seen,
Paul never received one offer.
yeah, and I've seen drawings for another structure on the 400 block that was not what I would think the white one. That probably is not what we would like to see.
Oh, the white one was just before we put,
that was a purchase property that was never accepted.
it's never been white.
It was not accepted,
Nothing was ever presented in the town that I know of.
no,
No.
but they don't have to, they could just take it down.
That's right. They can't build anything without submitting to the town for a development plan and.
Used by right? If they.
Well,
stay
they
within all
still
the
have,
guidelines?
yeah, I mean, they still have to go through the major development plan process, and that's where like the design guidelines come into place, but, and oftentimes, we see. A lot of things that the board, never make it to the board, right? So ideally, we have the opportunity to work with folks to encourage them to go a different direction before it comes to you.
Couple more things, as one of the property owners, a couple of property owners said in some emails to the board today. There really is a fourth option, right? Just leave in place what we've had in place for years without any building.
Absolutely, yes, that's an option that certainly would take.
And then to be very clear on something, in 2021, when we adopted the historic preservation ordinance, a deliberate decision was made to make historic designation voluntary, not involuntary. So I didn't really think that was mentioned in the cover memo. What's being proposed here is to change that and make it involuntary, at least option number one.
I didn't,
Is that right?
I didn't take that. That's not what I took.
I don't think option number one would formally designate any property. It would just require a process to go through development review. It wasn't intended, how I wrote it, and we did not intend that to require historic designation. It would require a process.
Yeah, I think trustee Browning, one of the things I was glad to see about these options is, not a proposed historic district for downtown, not a proposed local historic district, which we heard loud and clear that the business owners, the property owners do not want. My thought is that, I would actually be open to seeing kind of a combination of option 2 and option 3 with a short stay, like a 45-day stay, to just give some breathing room for staff to work with a potential developer to offer options that they may not be aware of. They may not have the capacity or interest in working with History Colorado, for example, but History Colorado might have some funding somewhere to move something or offset costs somehow.
But the way that would work is, even if the property owner says, I have no interest in having my property historically designated, even though there are tax credits available and maybe density bonuses and whatever other, I don't want that for my property. Still, even under option number 2, an involuntary stay would be imposed. They could not demolish their existing building without going through a process. Sorry.
That's how option 2 is,
Without having some conversations.
a pause button.
50 years since 2021, as far as I know, not a single property owner has come forward and asked for historic designation.
We have
Private
What's the
property.
name for one?
We did it for. the-
Yeah, not that I'm aware of, other than the depot, and then the Historic Preservation Commission is interested in town hall, but have you had other conversations?
We talked about it for town hall, but no private
But
property.
I think
owner.
with this, none of this was trying to force designation on any. Like it's just if they save the structure, we will offer incentives. Not, and they wouldn't be designated. Separate from that.
And in my experience, I think the stay of demolition sometimes results in designation and oftentimes it doesn't. And I think, I don't think that I think the goal is I think it can lead to designation, but I think in some instances it just leads to maybe, again, reflecting back to that property owner that our historic character is important to our community and we would like you to, do a higher degree of trying to match and meet that. Or there's, what sometimes we've actually salvaged materials out of those properties, right? I think it just gives time for like the state historic preservation office and working with the property owner and they voluntarily do that and designate, donate things to a museum or figure out a way to maybe reincorporate a portion of the structure. So I think that's kind of a typical outcome for the demolition process. And then sometimes they just expire and it goes away and that's.
So if the demolition process leads to designation, then you are involuntarily.
No, it doesn't, like, it only, it can if the property owner chooses to, Boulder is the only community I'm aware of that can involuntarily designate property. The demolition processes that I've worked under, sometimes the property owner, once they learn the benefits of designating a property, will choose to go down that path. It provides staff and the applicant time to learn and explore together. Sometimes it doesn't, but it's always been voluntary following.
So the property owner has no interest in, because I want to demolish 45 days.
And they get their permit.
45 days and
They get their permit and they're done.
Let's see, the primary reason somebody might voluntarily designate in that scenario is because for commercial properties, the tax incentives, I wanna say at around a little over $1 million. So they can get quite a bit of money back.
Yeah,
if that counts.
that was one of the pushes behind doing the ordinances. We would make those available. Nobody's been interested so far. So.
Great.
Yeah, what's missing from all this, I think, as I read through this, it's all sort of a nebulous pie in the sky deal. And we depend on our boards and commissions for a lot of the information that comes before us. Would it be possible for the Historic Preservation Commission to prepare a catalog of candidate buildings? Is that beyond your ken? Could you do that? I mean, it seems to me there's enough information up on the hill there at the library so that you could literally go through the downtown areas as delineated on the map and say, this one, this one, this one, this one. We're not designating them, but should it come before the board or before the town for possible demolition or changes, it's right there. We don't have to wait 45 days or 180 days or whatever we choose.
The HVC in its current state does not have the skills or know-how to do that. We don't have any actual preservationists on the commission. That said, I am starting the application process for a grant with History Colorado that I'll submit by early February for an intensive level survey, which would cover, it would provide exactly that for roughly 22 properties. It's a $25,000 grant, which will usually span roughly 20 to 22 properties. In the greater downtown area, we have a total of 30 properties that are 50 years or older.
So you, not to interrupt, so you have a suspicion that there are 30 properties that may have significant historical value?
We have 30 properties that are 50 years or older. So I can't say, I don't know enough to know like what elements are kind of worthy of preservation.
So this grant that you're speaking of, would it be a consultant that would do this work, or
Yeah.
would you guys actually?
Oh, no, it would be a consultant, like a preservationist.
I'm just wondering how many people are on the commission, historic preservation? How many?
Seven.
7, like you're.
Well, there's. only
Well, I mean,
five.
there's, yeah.
So, I'm just saying, you guys couldn't ballpark that just by information you gleaned from the library and
To ballpark,
those 30.
which, would,
Those 30.
are they of, not with any basis in fact. I mean,
Expertise is not.
Well, I guess the question then is if we go to a stay here that requires 45 or 90 or 80 days, whatever it is. Then what research are we going to do on it? How are we going to implement that?
You would.
I think that's a really fair question. I think that is exactly what the State Historic Preservation Office kind of raised for Sarah and I when we met, which is basically, you know, if you do intend to put forth a program like this, you need to have adequate information, or you just, if you can, it's better to have the information on the property and the research to lean on ready for there. If not, you're either gonna be scrambling, you know, at the last minute to develop the research kind of in this interim period, or we just might have to make it, might have to make a decision without all the possible information. And so I think that's one of the options or the policy questions is, you know, additional focus for the next couple of years to develop this while we put a program in place.
I just think it's more fair to whoever the developer is that we have that information in hand and we don't have an untimely delay.
That being said, you know, the museum, there might be a property that comes up that the museum actually has done a lot of this, you know, the National Register. Some of the properties we probably have adequate research.
We know there's 15 that, you know, national and state register, so we know those.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, you know, things deteriorate, things change since that review as well. So Sarah, before you submit that, make sure the board is supposed to approve grants to be submitted.
yeah, it doesn't open up till February.
Oh, it opens in February, okay. But I think what you're saying, she's just saying there's 30 buildings. The first thing that must be met is the age, 50 years or more. So what she's saying is there are 30 of those properties on our main street. They're probably not all worth preserving.
Gotcha.
But until you know the history, who lived there, you know, what was its purpose, how, you know, how did it shape our, there's all sorts of other factors that you would come in and measure.
Yeah, because I think any review we would do with the knowledge that our commission currently has would be highly subjective,
Yeah.
which wouldn't be fair to a developer either.
Another question I have is, how many properties in downtown lines are less than 50 years old? They're not many.
Probably not too many.
It's Winter Plaza.
Winter Plaza, that whole block.
It's on,
Plaza's 80s, what, something like
I don't have
that?
it in front of me, but I
Maybe 5 years.
counted and
The
it's like
dance
less
studio
than 20.
perhaps.
The fire district, yeah, there's not many.
I'm gonna say
They're,
there's only
they're
like
obvious. They're pretty obvious and that kind of is telling too.
This is when I wish Laverne were here. She would be able to tell us all.
What would
She would
Laverne
tell you-
say?
Would they
That's
have
all I
fun
can
with
think about is what would Laverne do?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I
The
mean,
Historic Society has a brochure on the historic register, those,
Yeah.
what they call a historic district.
Yeah.
That meant national and state.
there's
This
a
could
walking.
be a phased program, right? Year one could be focused on, you know, 2026, we really could focus on developing and curating this research and identifying the properties and the geography where this, you know, type of a program would be most effective. And what are the incentives to, you know, to your point, Chair Dryer, like, you know, what is the most valuable for a developer and considering potentially swaying their opinion, right? So, I think it doesn't have to be an all or nothing on these options, and it could be something that we expand.
Well, it couldn't also be, I mean, if we wanted to, is just to try to preserve the front
Mhm.
of a building. Just the facade. The rest may not matter. It's really so that you don't drive down our main street and you can tell everything was built in the 70s and 80s. You want to maintain some of that history there. So, you know, it can be taken as far as the board seated at the time wants to, but if, you know, if it was just the front, you might have people willing to say, yeah, you know, if you've got some money to help me preserve the front, I'll do that. But I want to, you know, I want to be able to do whatever I want to behind that.
Mhm.
I'd really like to thank Chair Lorang and the Historic Preservation Commission for even bringing this to our attention. Because I, for one, did not realize that we didn't have anything in the municipal code preventing demolition, and I didn't realize how important it was to reflect that we value historic buildings. And I feel like we have lost a really important voice with the inspiration of Laverne, because she would have totally, PG always advocated for historic preservation. I just think that we need to be aware of how important that is to our community and how do we reflect that. Those are important questions. I mean, I'm just glad that we're having that discussion.
And it, it could wind up being that we, while the HPC works on that grant and a catalog of historic buildings, we could decide that we want to direct staff to still develop an incentive-based program.
Sure.
Minus a stay,
Mhm.
so that should somebody come and want to pull a demolition permit, staff can say, did you know that we value this and here are some opportunities for you?
Or maybe you set it for the properties that are on the National Register today, right? We know there's 15 property, not all are in lands, but there was a 15 property application that has received National Historic designation, right? So maybe at least at a minimum, we,
Well, it's in our comp plan.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, we do have guidelines already in place.
yeah. So it could just, maybe anything older than 1910, right? Or you're really trying to capture, at least initially, again, there's lots of different ways you could kind of piece something together.
I can remember a couple of situations after flood, like when people were planning to demolish and, they came across a gravestone on their lots, all that brought everything to a halt until we could figure out the history behind that, and was that it was on Mr. Lyon's own lot. So it was like, is this a family? Those are things, if we don't have anything, they wouldn't even probably call it in. When they took down the Ferguson building, they found moccasins and other things, and that opened up a whole can of worms on, is this a native spot? So it's just a way to like you said, you don't want to be a developer and find that out after you start down that path.
I don't think that's correct. I think that was something that got posted on a local social media page.
Oh, it was most definitely correct. I talked to the state over it.
Captain State.
Oh, yeah, the
You
historic.
talked to the property owners?
Yes, we talked to them as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, there were conversations. They studied the boots and they said they were definitely of leather, moccasins, but they said people who lived and worked here and traded with some of the natives also wore them. And there was no way to prove they belonged to anyone from any of our original native tribes here.
And also they would have disintegrated.
Yeah, they thought they would be much further along. They were dated back to early, not that early, 40s or something.
Okay, well, thanks everybody for the conversation. Thank you both very much for your hard work and for coming here tonight. And we will talk about this a little later on in our regular meeting. But for now, let's move on to the second half of the workshop, which is the discussion about use tax.
Thank you. And I believe Director Eystone is here.
Happy New Year, Director Eystone.
Happy New Year, good evening. I'll apologize ahead of time. I have a little bit of a cold, so I probably sound a little nasally. I'll start off sharing my screen if that's okay. I have a presentation to do that hopefully answers all the questions that were asked at the last meeting that we had. So let me get that up. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
We are.
Okay, so I just wanted to start off giving a use tax definition. Basically, I'll just sum it up as it's a tax on building materials, construction materials, and motor vehicles, which registration is required in the town of Lyons and purchased at retail. So right now, our use tax for the town is 3%. And our sales tax for the town is 4%. It's unusual for those to be different. And that was a discussion that we had in the budget workshops in October. So that's why we are discussing this tonight. Building related use tax is collected at the time of building permit issuance. So the use tax calculation for permits is 45% of the valuation estimate. Valuations are reviewed at the time of building completion and inspection. Further questions on that, we can have Lisa jump in on that as well. In a normal building year, approximately 18 to 20% of the town's use tax revenue is related to building permits. We also have vehicle-related sales and use tax, and I brought sales tax into this discussion because it is sales tax or use tax that is collected on vehicle purchases, depending on the purchase situation, which I describe in the table below. In a normal year, approximately 80 to 82% of the town's use tax is related to vehicle purchases, and I use normal year, meaning that we don't have any large building development related projects like we might see in the future or have had with like Summit, for example. So here are the various situations where sales tax or use tax is collected. So if a vehicle is bought from the dealership in Colorado, they pay sales tax to the dealership directly at the time of purchase. So that's when the 4%, for example, would be paid versus the current 3%. So if it's bought from a private seller or if it's bought out of state where no Colorado tax was collected, then when the purchaser goes to register that vehicle with the Boulder County Motor Vehicle Department, they collect use tax. They charge the use tax on that, and then every month they remit that use tax back to the town. So that's the difference there, where somebody's paying currently 3% versus somebody who bought directly from the dealership is paying 4% sales tax.
I'm sorry, quick question related to that. It doesn't, when you're buying from a dealer, it doesn't matter whether it's a new or used car, it's still sales tax that you pay at the dealer, and the dealer remits that sales tax to the town or at the.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Good question.
Do you have a breakdown of those three taxes? And I mean, I imagine vast majority buy cars at dealerships. So most of that comes in via, of that 80% of use tax would come in via sales tax.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I should clarify that. Great question. The 80% is only use tax. So what I'm referring to is is the use tax that's coming directly from Boulder County to the town.
Okay.
Great question. So it was asked that we provide a municipal comparison that shows the various communities and if their use tax rate is different from their sales tax rate. As I mentioned before, it is atypical for the use tax rate to be different, and most municipalities, they do equal. So here's just a list of the ones in Boulder County, and I sorted them by highest to lowest as it refers to use tax only. Obviously, if you combine total sales tax rate or sales and use tax rate, that might look a little bit different. I was able to find just through an AI type search, because it's very difficult to look at every municipality in Colorado. It looked like maybe there were at least two that I could find municipalities where the use tax rate is different, three, including the town of Lyons. So you can see Nederland is the highest, and then it goes down from there. And because the town charged 3, we're down there at the lowest for the use tax rate. Of course, if we were to increase that to the sales tax rate of 4%, and the voters approved that, then we would be the second highest in Boulder County, right under Nederland at 4.25%. For use tax revenue, we currently have a split. The general fund currently receives 2% of the 3% use tax, and the parks fund currently receives, oh, that looks like that needs to be 1%. Sorry, that change was made and didn't get reflected there, but 1% of the 3% use tax. 100% of any use tax increase would then be allocated to the general fund, which of course could be used to help offset future sheriff budget increases or other budget increases as well. Estimated annual increase, if the voters approved it, would, in a normal building year, would be about 70,000 to 81,000. But if we had a larger building project, that could be 115 to 148,000. Of course, those are just estimates. You can see the historical use tax revenue collections below, with the caveat that 2025 year is not complete yet. We will have received some revenue in January from Boulder County that will be accrued back to 2025. So there's a historical use tax collection in that table. Was asked that we look at the future large projects that we know of, and what the impact to those would be. These are very much estimates for those projects based on just estimated valuations that may have been given to us or that are for similar projects. And again, because we do 45% of the valuation, the tax rate is applied to that. So you can see the difference between the use tax collection and what that would mean for those developers under this scenario. I do understand that there is, concern that we have some of these projects already kind of started and moving forward. And potentially one of the considerations could be a use tax sharing or rebate of the difference. That could be something, if the board was interested in moving forward and bringing this to the voters, that could be considered if it did pass. We could rebate the difference or even enter into some sort of use tax sharing agreement, which I do know I have heard of a few developers interested in asking for that type of agreement anyways, although it hasn't been brought to the board yet. So that's just, an option for consideration. With that, I can answer any questions. It's short and sweet. I just wanted to make sure to address all the concerns from the prior board meeting and see if this was something that the board was interested in moving forward with.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Director Eystone. Hope you feel better. And I think Trustee Dati has a question.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. It was so informative because I really didn't have much knowledge on use tax, to be honest. I didn't know the difference between the new vehicles from the dealership and used vehicles from out of state. And I'm looking at this valuation estimate for Fro Tremaine, and I'm realizing she just said 4.5 million. I'm like, oh, can I do the math? I haven't done the math. But I know that would go up. And I'm curious if this were to pass in a ballot measure, I guess it would be in April. Would 402 Main still be affected by this?
If they've pulled their building permit by then, no.
Right, has their building permit been issued already?
No, their building permit's not been
It's
issued.
in review.
They put their valuation on the permit as like 3.5 million, not everything in their 4.5 million needs to be included in the valuation. So it's, yes,
It's not all structured.
yeah. So the valuation, the permit is in and we've sold it for 3.5 million.
So we should just not, this is more for reference, that first column, we probably shouldn't really be paying attention to that first column.
No,
No,
that's
the
their
402 main one
valuation
is real.
of their building.
Their
permit.
building
Sure,
permit.
but in reality, it sounds to me like the building permit would be issued before this even goes to vote.
Oh, yes.
Right.
They've already applied, so they're
Right,
subject.
I'm trying to tell myself, don't even look at that.
Yeah,
column, that's not,
Yeah.
that's not an option probably, but the other three are definite options.
Well, it's something to consider too, if we decide that we want to move forward with this, is we can set the effect, in the ballot measure, we can have an effective date
Be later.
whenever we choose.
Can we backdate it? To
No.
January.
Starting January, I don't think the Tabor folks like that. Trustee Will.
Yeah, Director Eystone, I have a question. I'm confused on the 45% evaluation. Does that represent materials? Which is
It's the
what the use
building.
tax is charged on?
Yes. So you assume that the 55% is labor generally.
Yeah, right. I mean, I just looked it up. It says, quick AI search says 30 to 50% of a total project, a commercial project's budget is materials.
Yeah.
Find that to be true?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what that 45% represents.
Yes.
Okay, my only concern on this, I have some other concerns on the use tax. But when we're looking at a huge project, we're all crossing our fingers on the hotel, which we know is going to be a heck of a lot more money than $4.5 million. Now, these folks have been waiting 4 or 5 years now for interest rates to drop, for materials and commodity rates to drop. Now we're going to tack on a 33% increase in the use tax.
Well, you could also enter when they present their development agreement, you could always choose to waive it.
You could, or
Yes.
they could go to the lawyer and ask for more money, I guess, but my
No,
point,
no,
my,
wait,
my
but-
point is that the gain we make in a 1% increase in the use tax will be compromised by whatever we give in incentives if we raise that use tax.
Well, there's this $67,000 increase if that valuation holds true. And the overall amount you said, Cassie, that you expected this to generate?
Depending
Was-
on what type of year, but anywhere from 70 to 150,000.
I think the proposed ballot language said 115. I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, so the way that we have to do the ballot language is, and really, we're only, if that ballot language is presented as only being a half a year, we really have to estimate high, because if we estimate too low and we collect over that amount, we can't collect over that amount. So Brandon's advice is always be to estimate high. And so that's what I did, is I estimated a first year of 115,000 for a full year, but really would only be a half year if we chose to have it be a June or July effective date.
All I'm saying is whatever gain we get from that, and it's encouraging, sure. But if it increases the cost of a huge development like the hotel, we're just gonna have to give them more money back, more incentives. So we're gonna compromise some of that gain.
In 1 year, yes. And I think it would depend on the agreement, the revenue sharing agreement, and how it would be worded. But for example, you could say, we could rebate the 67,000 that the increase brought to the project, or more or less.
Or as the mayor suggested, if you had it start later, it would maybe incentivize them to get their plans in, you know?
I've got a question on the existing collection mechanisms for large projects. The hotel, if it goes forward, is there an actual documentation of the amount of materials used at the end of the process? So that you do a 45% estimate up front, but at the end of the day, for a large project, you
We
require actual
can
documentation.
audit permits. It's not typical to audit permits. I think we try and make sure that some communities require audits the entire way, like city and county. Well, city and county of Denver requires, like, again, like once a month, you have to come in and bring in your receipts for all your materials to prove that. We don't routinely go back and ask developers, unless I'm mistaken, Cassie or Director Eystone, we don't routinely require folks to come back in and screw up their
It's-
evaluations.
It's usually at the beginning with the
Mhm.
building permit. If our building inspector
Mhm.
is the one who's reviewing that permit. And someone turns in, a heat pump and it's way out of line with what we're seeing everywhere else, he may call them on that.
Yeah.
Or say, this square footage isn't matching the amount you're saying. They'll call them on it beforehand, but not usually after.
Would it behoove us to require, not an audit, but basically to require a written tax return at the end of a major building project?
We haven't had one.
This is how much we spent on materials,
We haven't had one.
Airbnb, and
It's not typical,
Summit.
Mhm.
but we could.
I think Walmart does that. I took a quick look at theirs and I believe they require returns. It's just like filing the sales tax return. You think, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be monthly either. At the end of the project, you'd say, file a final return showing how much you spent in materials.
with Summit-
Record.
With Summit, we did because we had in their development agreement that remember that if the construction costs increased by so much because it was during
Right.
um COVID or tariffs, they did. I guess we kind of trued that one up. Riverbend wasn't that big of a project to.
I'd have to probably do some research with neighboring communities that do that work to understand on average
What it
how
takes.
much work you're requiring and then how much benefit you might receive.
Yeah, I'm not saying they have to file monthly, or audit their monthly returns. I'm saying
But we do
that
review
they decide
them
an
ahead of
upfront
time.
estimate, which is kind of a deposit, if you want to look at it that way, is how much we estimate we're gonna spend, but particularly if you have a long construction process, 12 months, 18 months for a big project. What they think they may spend on materials up front may differ considerably by what they're spending in 14 months. So it seems like you could require a single return, but they should easily know at the end of a construction project what they spend on materials.
And they're likely to know what they spent on a project.
Right.
They're less likely to be able to distinguish materials. So there are typical line items for elements of a project, but they're not generally split by labor and materials. One other risk of doing that, which is not necessarily a reason not to do it, but it is something we should be aware of, is that often developers see an increase in their costs to be a function of new requirements that were imposed on them by someone else, perhaps by the jurisdiction. So they'll say, yes, it cost us more, but you made it cost more. And then on top of us spending more to buy these things, you want to tax these things more than you did before.
Except that the rules that apply ought to be the ones that, as is the time of the building.
I'm not saying we shouldn't necessarily do it, I'm just saying it will create a little extra tension in the process.
I think Jay's been trying that right here.
I'm just going back to the beginning of this discussion of why we're having this discussion, and I always assumed this was a clerical error in the code, or do we know why there is that difference? Because Director Eystone did the research and there's two others, it sounds like maybe in the state,
Yes,
and I don't know if those were intentional,
yeah.
but.
No,
was-
I don't know if they made a mistake. They, whether they're intentional or not. Brandon might know. I did go back and looked at some of the ballot language prior to some of these sales tax increases, and one of the ballot language proposals it failed was from 3 to I think 3.75. It did say sales and use tax. The one that brought it to 3.5% did not say sales and use tax. Therefore, the one that brought it to 4% also did not say sales and use tax. I
So
don't
we
know
don't-
if it was clerical or not. Brandon might know.
It wasn't
I'm not
intentional.
sure.
Word, it was not discussed.
Right, that's what I was gonna say.
Because the use tax is about 1/10 of what the overall sales tax is, so. I always just made the assumption it just got overlooked, but.
And I think that might have been the assumption at the time was it was sales/use tax. But Brandon, I don't know if you have any other explanation, but I don't believe it was
No.
discussed during the last.
During the last one, it wasn't discussed, but they are at times done separately. Like Denver, for example, always does them separately. And there's a court case, a fairly recent one, which said just because you raise one doesn't necessarily mean you raise the other. And so we have to act on the assumption that the intent was to raise the one, or be subject to, risk in that respect. But, I don't know if it was a clerical error necessarily, just something that it wasn't thought of, I guess, at the time, or maybe it was intentional. But what I do know is that we can't, assume they intended to, raise the use tax at the same time, just because that's not an option under Colorado law currently.
It wasn't even discussed, so I think it was a lack of knowledge or understanding. Mhm.
Yeah, and I probably should have said that versus clerical error, but just being
Yeah, that's-
overlooked.
Yeah, a
Just
lot of
wasn't-
times they're used interchangeably. When you say sales and use tax, sales tax, they're used similarly.
When I take a look at the sales tax rates, the only town that is closer to us in terms of population
Isn't it?
is Bend. And we're always going to have to be looking at income. and we don't have that many opportunities to increase income. We're not gonna be issuing that many building permits, particularly given the restrictions we have related to housing. For us to leave this number lower, when I think it was just an oversight on our own part, that they didn't move together, that's something I think should happen. At the same time, we have current projects that are getting ready to get underway, whose financial decisions, entire project decisions, are based on laws that were in effect at the time they began working on the projects. I would hate to see any of those penalized with this. And so I would rather see us, if we do pass this, pass it effective January 1, 2027. I understand waiving the fee. This board has no power to do that after around the middle of April. So that to me is not adequate for us to take care of 402 Main specifically, or although they looks like they would come in before this, whatever the case. Or more concerned, the hotel property. So yeah, to me, I think to pair the two together seems appropriate. And if we end up, of course, it could be voted down by the people as well. But should they go for it, then, yeah, I would hope that the next time we think about increasing our sales tax rate, we would also be saying, and our use tax rate at the same time, instead of finding ourselves in a situation like this right now.
I've got a lot of comments on this, but I was gonna save them for the meeting.
And seeing as how we're coming up on 6:45, maybe it's best to save them for a meeting. I think the public watches meetings more than they do workshops too. So are you okay with holding them until the meeting?
Yeah, that's what I mean, we should do, but if we're gonna get to the merits of it, I've got a lot of merits to talk about.
Okay. Well, do we have any other questions for staff that staff can help us answer? Trustee Williams?
When did we move from 3% to 3.5% and from 3.5% to 4% on the sales side?
1980.
Three, not sure the 3 to 3.5 was before my time. I'm not sure.
The first one must have been
Three and a half.
14 or 16. I don't think it was a special election, was it?
More money.
Is the question about when was it raised?
Yeah,
We did the last one in 2024, and before that was 2015.
Thank you.
15.
Which was driven by we needed more revenue
Yeah.
after the flood.
Yeah.
And I think before that was like the 80s is the previous one. It had been some time previous 2015.
Mhm. Any other questions for staff?
So
Yeah.
just to clarify then, so in 20, because we're still at 3% use tax rate. And yet the sales tax increased to 3.5% in 2015. So it wasn't just the last board, it was also the board before that didn't think
Yes.
to combine the two.
It was every board since 1970 something, which is the first sales tax increase.
No, use tax, has it ever increased from what you can see, Brandon?
No, it's a state. That's a state minimum is 3.
So it's the state minimum.
Oh, the state minimum.
It's never changed
Oh,
since the 70s.
okay. So can we make that a note and big bold black letters that next time we do an increase, it includes both?
How about we don't increase taxes anymore? That solves the problem too.
Any questions?
Okay. There's no more questions for staff about use tax, then let's take a break. Eat a cookie. Or chocolate. Or a chocolate and reconvene at 7. So everybody. Thank you. You ready? We're live. Okay. Evening, everybody. Happy New Year. Welcome. I will call the Monday, January 5th, 2026 Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams,
Present.
Trustee Hamrick, Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Browning,
Present.
and Trustee Williams.
President.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to read the land acknowledgement and then Trustee Browning has a couple words he'd like to share before we have a reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Trustee Browning?
Yes, before the moment of silence, I just wanted to note that, last weekend, Janet Freeman passed away. Her former husband, Robert Freeman, was the town administrator for a number of years. Janet has lived in the, Walt Self complex for a long time. She was a longtime loyal member of the Golden Gang and other senior groups at Walt South, and just wanted to note that we've lost a longtime Lions resident who could contribute quite a bit to this community. So that I'll just remember, want to express appreciation for things that she and residents like her bring to the town.
Thank you. We'll take a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anything anyone would like to amend to the agenda? Call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now is the time for audience business. We have no public hearings tonight. So if you would like to address the board, there's a sign up sheet there. If you didn't get to it, don't worry, you'll still have an opportunity. When the clerk calls your name, please come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 4 minutes. We ask that you keep your comments related to town matters and address the entire board. And then after everybody has the opportunity to speak, the board will have an opportunity to respond, and then staff will have an opportunity to respond. So.
Yes,
We have
first
first.
I have Kay Sparks, followed by Gil Sparks.
Good evening, something new and different. Housing and Human Services Commission, just an update because I met with the relatively new property manager and the new maintenance person at Blindside Townhomes. And the new manager has over 20 years of property management experience. And I was really quite happy. I know I'm easily happy, I know you're, but because she seems very aware of the importance of competent staff and of still aware of working with the constraints within all the government stuff that she's got to deal with, plus human beings. I was heartened by 2 things. One was communication that she was interested in and the potential connection with the community. In terms of communication, I do know housing enough now, and I know when somebody's trying to snow me, and she didn't try that. She didn't do any song or dance. They've got challenges. She's new. She's from out of state. Very aware of what's going on, I think. Smart enough not to say everything. She's gonna be familiar with DOLA, HUD, et cetera. And she's aware, I made her aware, and I think she agreed that there are a number of residents who just aren't aware of what it's like to live in affordable housing, what HUD means. The last resident I talked to, and I said, well, yes, the rents are high, their HUD determines them, and he's like, who's HUD? So I think there's some good education, and she agreed with me on that. The maintenance person has not only put his name on the door, he's put his cell phone number on the door, so that if he's out unplugging toilets or whatever, people can still call him. And they're open to partnering with us to have an all resident meeting, probably at the library, to get people together and educate them and probably spend the first 20 minutes being the center of the target. She's okay with that. In terms of connecting with the community, I sort of filled her in on the historical context from the flood on, and why it was so important to us as a community, and why she's gonna have some community input that many communities just ignore housing, not us. She would like to connect with town staff, and I shared their administrator's contact information with her. And I did share with her after the very first landscaping failure that they had, town staff had offered to share some of their wisdom from working with landscaping, so she would like to do that. We talked about connecting with the garden club for their raised beds, which raised a beautiful harvest of weeds this year, that they could improve on that. Cause the folks that live there would like to do that also. They face a couple challenges. They have 4 units, townhomes that are available. And they want to get them rented. And I think the connection has been made with the housing authority and Boulder County. They have a wait list, so if people are willing to move all the way to Lyons, they're still. But she did say they have the same challenge in Centennial, getting the units rented for whatever reason. And for her personally, her first day of work, 4 maintenance folks from Centennial quit. So what was a full staff now is going to have to be rebuilt. And she's pretty intent on building it with competent people, so it may be a slow sludge, and in my little updated Redstone review, I've put that in my update, that they need maintenance people. If you know good maintenance people, send them their way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Gil Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. Happy New Year. Look forward to the next year. Start this off with a tremendous thank you to the town of Lyons for all of your contributions to help make Lyons Community Foundation assist this community. As you know, through your mental health and wellness fund, you contributed around $32,000. LCF supplemented that with another 6, and we passed out about $38,000 in other categories. So thank you, Town of Lyons. I know this next year may not be the same framework, but we want to recognize what you contributed last year. You may have seen we had our annual appeal. We can report the preliminary numbers were extremely successful. We exceeded the match and we're still getting final numbers, but we may reach not counting the flood years, an all-time high of contributions into Lyons Community Foundation. We'll have more about that later. I would like to take a minute, Kate and Grace, to make some introductions here. So as I've shared with you previously, Kate Schneppel is going to step into my role. I'm staying on the board and working on donor development, but Kate will take over February 1st. So she may or may not be here. She's asked me to continue to show up.
He just loves y'all so much. I don't know if he can stay away.
So, and then Grace Simonson is moving from the board into our part-time paid administrative role. So she will be essentially our PR administrative contact within the community. So Kate, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Come on now, we weren't supposed to say that. So I have lived in Lyons since 2019. My husband and daughter and I moved here from Park City, Utah. My husband works for Southwest Airlines and we wanted to move someplace near one of their hubs. And so we went exploring and drove into Lyons and immediately loved it. And it felt like Southern Utah to me, which is a place I've called home and I really love. And then my background has been in communications and marketing and fundraising for nonprofits. So I got here and I decided to get involved with LCF. Jeannie Moore had posted they were looking for board members. So I was on the board for a few years and then I was the communications person for a year. I don't know, a year-ish. And then took a little break and now Gil has convinced me to come back. So I'm excited to take it on. I love this town and the people of LCF, and I'm really excited to be able to kind of do more to help the community.
Hello, everyone. Most of you know me, but I've served as a board member on LCF for a year now and will be transitioning into their part-time admin role. I'm really looking forward to work with Kate and continuing to work with Gil. And so it'll be a good experience. I'm sure we'll all be seeing plenty of each other. Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In my 25 seconds, at the very tail end of your agenda tonight is a discussion about the Mental Health and Wellness Fund and whether to continue it with Boulder Community Foundation or transfer it to Longmont Community Foundation, or LCF has moved all the other funds. This is a recommendation from Lyon Community Foundation, much like a commission for you all to consider. The big advantage in our eyes is the cost savings. Boulder charges a percentage on assets managed. Longmont charges a flat fee. The addition of the Town of Lyon Fund to Longmont will not increase the fees, so there won't be a increased cost at all. We're going from around $14,000 in fees at Boulder to around $6,000 in fees at Longmont. Our whole board voted on it. We see it as a tremendous advantage. We hope the board of trustees will consider making the move.
Thank you so much, Gil. Appreciate it. Okay, anybody else for audience business tonight? All right, comments, trustee Hammer?
Yeah, Kay, thanks for the update on Lyons Valley. That sounds promising. And I didn't know to the extent of the issues until after the residents showed up on one of the meetings here and voiced their displeasure. So it sounds like they have a good administrator in place. So hopefully you'll keep our fingers crossed and things will improve. But Gil, thank you for everything you've done for this town in so many capacities in LCO. So enjoy your a few free moments you may get back.
Well, same here. I want to thank the Sparks. Kay, thank you for staying in touch with Lyons Valley Townhomes. It's so important to have that dialogue going all the time. And I love the idea of the residents coming together at the library. I love that she's open to that idea because I think that that dialogue needs to keep happening in all directions. So thank you for that. I'm surprised that there are 4 townhomes available. I don't suppose there are only 3 bedrooms, huh? Not all 2 bedrooms. Okay. And then Kate and Grace, yay, for stepping up into those very important roles. LCF is such an important part of our community. And so I know that you will help it to continue thriving here and all these projects will continue to thrive thanks to your efforts. So thank you in advance.
Your preference?
I'm good.
Trustee Ronan?
Yes, Kay, thank you for staying on top of the Lyons Valley townhomes. It's and kind of an unusual situation that ultimately developed. The town was largely responsible in many ways for that project happening, but after it happened, it's not our project anymore. But I still feel some responsibility to try to deal with things there, and I appreciate you being the person who's doing the legwork on it. And for everybody that working with LCF, thank you. They're a valuable part of our community, and I know what time and commitment it sometimes takes to serve on volunteer boards. So thank you for doing what you do.
Trustee Williams?
Thanks, everyone. I hope you know how much we all care about housing and about all the things that LCF also participates in and helps to bolster in the community. Thanks for coming. Thanks for working it.
And I'll echo that and I'll just say, Gil, besides thank you, I'm glad you're staying on in a development role because there is nobody better at shaking us down. true. Administrator Simonson, do you have anything?
Not really, Ken. I met earlier today, so I'm up to speed with that and, also looking forward to the conversation about the mental health and wellness funds.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so next on the agenda is a request from Adventure Fit regarding the Old Man Winter Rally. Is there a staff report?
Oh, Kim, are you doing this stuff report?
Sure. Thank you. I don't know where to sit. Still near.
The podium.
I put everything in your packet. Josh wanted to talk to, I'll introduce Josh. I think many of you have met Josh before, but he runs Old Man Winter and previously ran Lions Outdoor Games in Birmingham. And has a request for the board, and so it's something we wanted to have the board consider. So with that, Josh Kravitz with Adventure Fit.
Thank you, Kim.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Josh. Oh, sorry. I have been producing events in Lions, I guess, for probably close to 15 years. So prior to Birmingham, we did an event called the Diva Dash. So we've been really trying to get people to come to Lions and enjoy the active lifestyle and trails and runs and riding for a very, very long time. Old Man Winter is now in its 12th year and it's doing really well. It's become kind of a go-to start of the season for runners and riders. And this last in 2025, we started the Summer Vibes event, which is kind of the summer version of Old Man Winter. And we tried to combine some of the aspects of the Lions Outdoor Games with that because I know a lot of people in the community were really missing that one. So less beer focused, more on music and running and riding. So, we produce events outside of Lions as well, Boulder. We just did one in Estes Park. And a lot of those communities will sponsor our events to, help, reduce the cost or, to also take advantage of the marketing that we do to help promote the community. So what I'm requesting is basically just waiving the fees for renting the park in exchange for a sponsorship of the event where we would promote Lions even more significantly than we do now through our email, through social media, working with Kim and the team to find ways to bring people back to Lions following the event, I think would be really important and really maximizing their experience while they're here. So, not a huge ask, I think. I'm not asking for any money, but basically just waiving the rental fees for Old Man Winter and for the Summer Vibes event in June.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Does anybody have any questions for Josh since we have him up at the podium? I can stick around for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up the application fee. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Josh, for all the exposure you've brought to Lions. I recognize a lot of those events. They're well-attended events. I think you mentioned somewhere around expecting 2,000 participants and 500 spectators. Is that right?
That's right.
For this 12th edition. And so I'm looking at your application here and I'm seeing the chart with fees and rentals. I'm just trying to get to the numbers exactly of what you're asking. So when you're talking about park use, I'm looking at the permit fee here based on the projected number of participants. And it says here that over 1,000 participants would be about $1,750. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, there's that, and there's some other fees too. I mean, I guess the primary fee is the park rental fee, but there are some staff fees and, electrical fees and stuff like that. I think last year's invoice came out to somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500.
So I have $2,180 for last year.
That's not perfect.
And the year before that was $1,900. And the year before that was $1,840. And the year before that was $1,555. So I'm just curious, the increase over the past few years, is that largely due to the number of participants? Or
I
what
don't
would
know
that be?
why that might be staff costs unless
Okay.
the fees have changed for
Okay.
rentals.
Okay, all right.
Fee did go up in 2023. From 50.
Oh, the fee, the park fee, the permit fee. Okay, so yeah, again, I'm just looking at the chart. So when I look at this fee schedule, there are many fees here, including maintenance and restroom cleaning and stocking fee and staff time and electric fee. Are you talking about all of these fees being waived?
if possible,
So for the total of like approximately 2,000.
yeah, I mean, just for perspective, I mean, I understand Lions is a lot smaller than Boulder, I don't know how it compares to Estes Park, but those cities will provide the use of the facility, the park, promotion and money as well. And again, I know it's not apples to apples, but I'd love to do everything I can to promote Lions and, hopefully have a partnership to be able to support that as well.
Have a follow-up.
Just your
Follow-up question. So I'm just curious, have you ever evaluated or do you have any estimates to what the impact would be on the town of Lyons, like sales tax wise or, participants going to
Sure.
restaurants and things?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't done a full sales tax report, following that. I mean, a lot of that's kind of conjecture, but when we did, when we do estimate the amount that people will spend at the event itself between going to restaurants and hotels, that is significant. And then I think what's most important is that we're showing people what the town is and what it has to offer, and they will come back in the summer. So, that's not always something that's easy to measure. But I do know that we get a lot of support from the local businesses that really like to support the event, and we also benefit multiple nonprofits in town. So LCF and LEAF, and we work with the high school and their teams to raise funds for those as well. Summer Lives in particular, we really wanted to work with multiple nonprofits to make this a community event. We always do want the town of Lyons to come out and enjoy it. We offer discounts for the town and try to find ways to make it as beneficial for the community as possible.
Your person?
Is the organization that runs this a nonprofit?
We're a for-profit, but like I said, we work with nonprofits.
But you're not a 501c3.
We are not.
Okay. And then we just asked them, why would I don't know if you're an S corp or a C corp or LLC, but why would then you be if you're not a 501c3 for a break on this?
Well, I mean, simply because it's something where we're trying to promote the town as well. Essentially, I see it as like a sponsorship where the town sponsors it in exchange for the benefits of us promoting the town as well.
Did you have something?
Just one question. Forgive me, because I don't wander through there too much, but are there vendors in the park that are selling goods that would be subject to a sales tax?
Yes.
And just wondering whether we realize all the proceeds from that. I mean, it's kind of tough to track. I don't know, that's probably not in your purview, but I mean, the individual vendors would have to report their sales tax. I don't know what the procedure is for that.
I'm trying to find any application. Did you mention the number of vendors in the application here?
We typically have about 20 to 30 vendors, but a lot of them are not selling. They could be bike shops that are just offering tune-ups or, a variety of window companies that will come out and promote windows and doors. So, they're not selling directly on site, but, there certainly are some. Moxie, for example, La Mariposa, Oscar Blues, they'll come out and sell food and drink too.
Trustee Brian Tracy, you have something?
Yeah, I kind of have a question for staff or for you as well. Don't all special events that we host to some extent promote the town and bring people in from out of town? And if we waive fees for this one, why do we charge fees to others? What differentiates this one from other events that we do?
I think the size and the uniqueness of what we're offering, there aren't many. I mean, I think in Colorado, this is probably, one of the top 5 largest cycling events. And it's establishing Lyons as a destination to do that. So I think, there are options, I guess, to take it to other cities. But, we like to be based in Lyons. We like the fact that there's opportunities for runs and rides and stuff here. So I think ultimately it's, showcasing what the town has to offer.
Trustee Williams, do you have any questions?
Maybe just a clarification. I could see some hesitation about waiving fees. I also could see some discussion around purchasing a sponsorship. I might be more inclined to think about it that way. So would the town pay $17.50 the park fee to be a sponsor of the event. So I know that's part of what you have asked us, and that's one way to think about it. Is that a reasonable way to think about it?
Sure, yeah, I mean, I essentially would see it as trade, but I mean, we have, standard sponsorship packages that are, anywhere from 1,500 to 2,500, so we would typically, just work with Cam to figure out what's most beneficial. Trying to find, we've done some things in the past, trying to create incentives for people to come back, and visit some of the businesses, so, we like to customize it to make sure that sponsors get the most out of their partnership with us.
That's helpful, thanks. And then just quick math, you can check my math. If you have about 2,000 people and they spend enough to generate $1 in sales tax for us, then we come out even, more or less. If we're waiving something like $2,000 worth.
And that's just
At our 4% tax rate, that means each of those people spending $25 either on property or elsewhere in town, breaks us even. And obviously, we like to do better than break even. These sales tax opportunities are important to us, but is that math about right?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And again, that's just talking about the day of the event. Some people will come and spend the night, stay in hotels, and then of course come back after the event too.
I also happen to be a firefighter with Lions Fire. Sometimes we'll send you EMTs or paramedics. Are you planning this time to independently hire a team, or would you?
We always do, yeah. We work with event medical specialists. If there's anything on site, they cover that. I mean, if there were a major emergency, Lions Fire would probably assist, but we handle all of the EMTs for the event all over the county.
Which might also be another opportunity to link the people that you're hiring, just as Craig does with the Plant Bluegrass does with the festivals. People that we happen to have who are also prepared to respond.
Sure, happy to.
Trustee Hammer, did you have anything?
Actually, a question for staff, just on the fees they get charged, are all those soft fees or are there some hard dollars in some of those fees?
So it's based on the fee schedule, which, the board approves, and so there's the parks impact fee, and that's based on number of participants, and then the other fees in there are staff time for maintenance, I mean, the restrooms get dirtier with.
So are those incremental costs that was?
No, that's
Is there
based
anything
on,
we would?
that's hourly, so. And the reason it did go up from in 2023 was because our fee schedule changed from 1,500 for 1,000 participants to 1,750. So, I mean, it's a great organization. They do a fabulous job. But we do have a fee schedule, and so that's why we wanted to ask the DOT what your comfort.
I understood, but just to make sure, so the only hard cost to the town would be incremental costs for cleaning bathrooms.
Yeah, do we pay someone extra to come and clean for this event?
No, so what we do in kind is we allow our barricades and road closures and the horse signs, because we close Second Avenue. So we don't charge for that. We don't charge for cones because they're in the facility and our staff drops them off. So there is staff time, and I think that's part of what the fee covers.
We're not hiring an outside firm to come clean that we don't typically have.
We do not, and all of the sheriff deputies, all the road closures, everything is on the event.
Trustee?
So just one final question, because I've worked with other organizers who organize events here in Lions, and I know that they're really intentional about how to promote Lions businesses to those participants. And I'm just wondering what kind of outreach you do with these 2,000 participants so that they're encouraged to go downtown.
Well, we like to end our event early enough, like for Summer Vibes, for example, we end at around 5 o'clock so that people can go in town for dinner. Or that particular weekend was the summer solstice, so there are a lot of events going on. So we encourage them, to give them a list of all the different things happening. Working with A-Lodge as a featured hotel for people to stay. We'll have after parties at the restaurants.
Oh, there'll be, so February 1st, which is when this Old Man Winter Rally takes place, there will be incentives then to go downtown.
Yeah, and there's so many people the restaurants are all busy afterwards anyway, people that are just, wanting more food or to grab another beer or something like that. So I would imagine if you look at sales tax revenue in general for that day versus, any other winter day, it's probably one of the highest.
Does the event end right before lunch?
No, it ends, it depends on what time people
I
participate.
see.
Sometimes it's
Lunch
could be
or dinner.
11, it could be 4, you know, it
Okay.
just depends on what category they're doing.
Depends how fast you are.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there are two, like 2 meal options, basically. To
Yeah.
stay and eat.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think coming for breakfast and stuff too. Yeah, we have some categories start at noon, so.
And we did ask for packet pickup to be in Lions, but it's just, you know, it's hard to get that many participants who are more
Sure.
Boulder, Longmont, Louisville based to take a trip to.
I would love if the packet pickup were like St. Market, like
Yep.
right on Main Street.
Redstone Cycler, we tried.
Redstone Cycler, that's a good
Josh
one.
knows.
Yeah, well, we, I mean,
Trustee Lowe?
So tell us the advantages of being a sponsor.
well, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, you have the opportunity to speak directly to people that have their ears open to, you know, how cool the town it is because they were just here. There may be people that don't know what Lions is. We have people that come in from out of state. A lot of people come in from out of state, 25 different states actually will come. So it's a great way to show them that this is a good destination for a future vacation. You know, definitely just show them everything Alliance has to do. And also with the run courses, with the, you know, we take people through the town so they get to visually see it as well. And then, you know, working with our email and social media, you have the ability to communicate specific messages to those folks if it's offering, you know, a discount or, you know, promoting another event that you guys want them to come to.
So does the burden of that fall on you, Kim? If the town decides to sponsor it, do you have to provide materials? In other words, do we see a banner that says Town of Lions presents Old Man Winter? That sort of
You
thing.
certainly can. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly an option if the town wants to have staff there to talk about other activities.
With the sandwich board now.
Yeah, that's certainly an option.
Yeah.
I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
$1,750. Okay, in the scheme of things, it's not a lot of money, but I'm just looking at the return on that investment. What does it buy us? That hasn't already been bought in the 11 previous years that we've run this, because people are clearly coming into town.
Mhm.
They're seeing the town in all aspects, either previewing the course or going downtown, so just trying to think what that extra little oomph does for
Yeah,
us.
well, I mean, I think we really haven't been able to take advantage of what we can offer, you know, whether, I mean, if there were something printed, obviously there's a print cost to do that if you were to put something in packets, for example, but I think one of the best opportunities is following up afterwards. We have a digital packet that people will receive with promotions from all the different partners and sponsors. That doesn't cost anything. But it could also, you know, promote the town, and Kim would have to write that or provide a graphic, but that wouldn't be any hard cost for that.
And if we had an operational chamber of commerce, I think typically chambers of commerces
Yeah.
are sponsors for these kinds of events, but we do not. So it's. Okay, all right, thank you. So thoughts, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think we'd be setting a very negative precedent to waive fees for any for-profit organization if they want to come back and make a request for us to sponsor the event, and Kim can bring that back to us as a board.
Trustee Browning?
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I have a background on this. We were a sponsor of Lions Outdoor Games for many years and had to work on dealing with that event, but we were losing money on it year after year. So the sponsorship doesn't really hold that much appeal to me. What this really is a request for us to use staff time to promote an event run by a for-profit entity. Staff time is our number one cost in the budget. As our budget gets tighter and tighter, we have to be more and more careful with what we spend our staff time. And I also concerned about the precedent. A big pitch made when we did our parks after the flood was it would attract outdoor events and so forth, but there's a big cost to that if the staff has to spend its cost at the town's expense, the taxpayer expense for all these events, and we don't get any fees to reimburse it. That's what the fees are for, reimburse us for staff time. So the real question here is, do we donate staff time for this event? I can't see doing that. I don't know this is.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
I tend to agree that we should be disciplined about using staff time and that we should try to recoup that when we can. I would look favorably on a sponsorship proposal that said, for these things, for this price, you get these rewards. which I'm sure you have for your other sponsors. If that were to come back to us through Kim or otherwise, I personally would look really favorably upon it. I think there is an opportunity for us to harvest contact information and other things, but that also takes time. So much of what we would get out of a sponsorship, I think, doesn't come automatically. It comes when we make an effort to take advantage of the people who have come here and who might be interested in coming here for other things. So we should look carefully at what we're getting as sponsors, but I think that we would get something, and I think it would be of some value to us.
Trustee Hammer?
Yeah, I'm in favor of the sponsorship. I like that idea that Trustee Williams brought up. I think we constantly strive to figure out how to drive more business to the town. Yes, the event's been here for the last 12 years or 11 years, but I don't know we've actively pursued that. So I think spending a few bucks on sponsorship, like you mentioned, Mayor, we don't have a Chamber of Commerce, so we can kind of help jumpstart things, maybe involve EDC to some degree. We're spending the few bucks we're talking about. And that's why I asked the question about hard costs. If we're paying people incremental dollars to staff this and stuff, I'm not in favor of the town incurring incremental hard costs. Whereas in this case, it's just foregoing a revenue that a soft cost that it's not costing us anything. So I'm in favor.
Thank you. Trustee Dati?
I would consider a sponsorship of the permit fee only. I have reservations about setting a precedent, especially for a for-profit organization. But I would consider a request for a sponsorship.
Trustee Lowe?
Yeah, don't take any of this wrong. We really treasure this and these are the kind of events that we really love to see in town. But I'm not in favor of waiving any of the fees, but I would consider a sponsorship. If Kim brings it forward, we can discuss it further.
Yeah, and I'm in agreement. And Trustee Lowe is right. We do treasure these kinds of events and you guys are terrific partners. You're wonderful partners. We love Old Man Winter. And you're also correct in that Lions is a lot smaller with a lot fewer resources than someplace like Estes Park. We have, I think, an eighth of the population of Estes Park. Quarter. My math is bad. And a far smaller budget to work with. That having been said, we do allocate money for marketing dollars. And I think that there may be a good argument for return on investment on those marketing dollars used as a partnership or sponsorship with Old Man Winter. But I would be concerned that if we waived your fees, we'd be setting precedent. We'd have, other event
Yeah, I understand.
folks coming.
And I will say, I guess the sponsorship from town typically comes in two ways. If there is a Commissioner Visitors Bureau, yes, they will sponsor it to try to drive hotel stays. Obviously, there's not a ton of hotels here for that. The City of Boulder sponsors it because it supports their initiatives for, they support Boulder Taco Fest. So that brings people into town that normally wouldn't come into town, diversity and, variety of other objectives that they have. So, I would imagine the town wants to promote an active lifestyle and bring people here for that. So, even without a CBD, I think it still does make sense. But from what I understand, you're saying you'd want a sponsorship, so you'd essentially pay that out of the marketing fund. It wouldn't be considered a waiving of the fee, but
Correct.
would kind of cancel out. Yeah, and as far as staff time goes, that's kind of a minimal part. I'd probably say that was maybe a couple $100 of the fee dedicated to the event. So it's that's fine if that needs to be paid. That's not an issue.
Just one request, my daughter who won it back in the day is desperate for you to bring back the Diva deck.
We need Shape Magazine to support that one. Yeah, that was a fun one. I do miss that one.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for bringing this to us.
Thank you for the time, everybody.
Yeah, we'll see you on Monday. Okay. Let's move on then to staff reports for the County Sheriff's Office. Good evening.
Good evening. Well, it's perfect timing. I was gonna just touch on Old Man Winter, let everybody know that we're staffing it up, our ops plan's almost ready. So, with the sheriff's part of the plan, we're ready to go. So
Great.
that was on my list of things just to update you guys on. our staffing is set for 2026 with our new deputies. You're gonna get 3 people back that have been here before or currently. Some people might remember, Deputy Jeanette Keown, she was the English deputy. She's back with us and on patrol, so she will be in lines on day shift. Jason Ryan, the K-9 officer that was here for a while, will be back up here as well. Deputy Schimmel, who's currently a night shift officer here now, is gonna stay for another year. And then we will have a new officer, AJ Hatton. He's brand new. He was a parks ranger for a while, and moved over to the sheriff's office. He's been, how long has he been out of training?
6 or 8 months.
Yeah, 6 or 8 months. So solid guy, but a little bit new to the area, and I think he'll be a great fit up here. So we have all that set. That'll all transpire January 26th. We're gonna be meeting up with the student council at the high school and talk about their projects.
Student advisory.
Student advisory, sorry.
Our commission.
Yeah, so, school's back in session tomorrow, so me and Sharon have been doubled up today and we'll be doubled up tomorrow. Part of that plan was, again, the shadowing part that we've been talking about. We've gotten around town, talked to a lot of staff. We rode around, showed a lot of things about town. Some of the nuances when, someone says the October hole or the November hole, this is what they're talking about. And, all the stuff that's, known to the people up here. So, showing her some things like that. So we'll be doing that tomorrow as well. We'll be meeting up with Mitch at the school and get some things set up with all of that. That is about all I have for tonight.
All right, great. Any questions? Huh? You're getting off easy.
Getting off easy tonight.
You sure I have a question? Are we gonna see you again?
Yes,
Okay. I'll see you on the 15th. The Student Advisory Commission.
yes. Yes, at least, yes, I'll be here for the next board meeting, but it will officially be Sharon's board meeting. So I will officially take the role of sidekick at that time. What's that?
It's the 20th.
It's a Tuesday.
Yeah, the board.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You don't
good.
transition till the 26th, right?
He's trying to be sneaky. For one more, okay.
I will also help her with the annual report.
Okay.
So we're gonna get that done too, so.
Okay.
Yeah, and as I said before, the real benefit here too is, I think the transition is gonna go great. It's gone really smooth already. But our shifts are gonna be the same, so, I'll still be available to help out in town as always. And then if Sharon's on vacation or whatnot, you got me in this, so.
Good.
All right.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right, administrators report, please.
Well, thank you. There were, several utility updates in your report this time, so if you have questions about those, please let me know. But the main items are the EV chargers are now up and operating over at Sandstone Park. We are meeting with Longmont just to talk about the potential of backup power, not just to our wastewater plant, but to the entire town. They used to provide that years ago and it went away, and we just want to have discussions with them to see what that would cost and entail. After experiencing all the high wind events and Excel issues recently, so hopefully that's fine to have those discussions. We did, if you recall, apply for an undergrounding electric east of town, a grant, and we were not awarded it. But they made it pretty clear it was a very competitive round. Everyone is now wanting to underground electric utilities, and basically they said you are below the state standard on outages, and so they want to address those people that have that as a bigger problem first.
We're too good at running our electric utility.
Yep. The Ewald water line project is complete, and so there's new hydrant from the 1800 hydrant has been replaced. And a new water line in that area. I've mentioned a few of these other things before, so they're there. The wastewater plant design is about 30% right now. We did have a problem late last week, of course, always happens on Friday afternoons. The centrifuge went down at the wastewater plant. And what that means is we are not able to separate solids from fluids. And so then we have to pay to haul fluid. And that gets very expensive, around $10,000 a week. They were able, they said we could order a sensor. But it may take weeks to get here. We authorized it to be shipped by airplane. Air mode being less costly than a $10,000 a week, wait for a few weeks. So they did get that installed, but now the machine is vibrating so badly, they had to turn it back off. They're gonna come out tomorrow and then try to. But we knew the centrifuge was on our list. Doesn't appear it's gonna hang in there unless they can figure this problem out. So, that was one we were, hoping would hang in there, but, they did get the sensor here. It's in, we need to make adjustments. Hopefully it can hang in there. If not, we'll be discussing, more costs or more expenses again for hauling. Stormwater, updates. You may recall a grant the board approved us to apply for called the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Grant. We'll be receiving 250 hours of technical support free of charge to us to help us identify ways to incorporate more green infrastructure instead of more concrete into our system. We are hoping that if we can work out something with CDOT on the stormwater adjacent to the Black Bear Hole. That's all the stormwater that comes off of Second, Third, the highway, and just dumps right into the river. If we can incorporate some filtering there before it goes into the river, we'd love for that team to help us with that. So we're looking at that. We do not have an update on the flagstone culvert because DOLA, before we can apply for their grant, wants History Colorado to review. So of course, all that hit during the holidays and now that can get started again. The ADA project that CDOT was doing along Main Street, boy, that was quite impactful. It's done along Highway 36. Now they're starting Highway 7 and then they'll be moving out of the area. We do have one request tonight on a grant opportunity. This is with Colorado Tourism Office, same grant that we were awarded for our wayfinding. We can apply for $20,000 for projects that enhance our visitors' experience. And it's a 4-to-1 match. Kim does have $5,000 budgeted to match this grant. If we can apply for it, it would be a tourism initiative. And they are welcoming applications. So hopefully the board's good with that. If not, please let me know. We all know how many limbs and twigs and branches broke off over the last few weeks. And then again today, probably a few more. The curbside pickup that occurred on Saturday via Boulder County and the fire district was extremely successful again. I think people are really picking up on that. We will host a curbside limb pickup for those who weren't able to coordinate with neighbors, friends, or volunteers. We're waiting for a date. These tree companies are still just totally working on power lines and big trees and hazards. My guess is we'll shoot for the week of the 12th or the 19th. I don't know that we need a ton of notice this round. People are already picking up. We're seeing some piles, but we're hoping that our last tree limb pickup was about half of the cost wise of normal pickup. So we do think people are using the drop off that we're already paying for through our county taxes. And that's great. And so we're hoping that what we have budgeted this year will absorb, 2 more like we have normally have planned. If not, we'll probably ask the board if you want to supplement that in an appropriation. But we hope that they will be able to have 3 pickups for the price of 2 this year. The other thing in working with this Lions Creative District, we've been meeting with them to talk about support and grants and how to transition this. They do want to present to you January 20th with an update. One of the ways that we thought is a good recommendation would be, there's no reason for Kim and Kristen Bruckner to continue to have to organize the quarterly art shows. They should be doing that, and they are open to doing that if we're willing to give them the budget that goes with it. So we have $2,000 budgeted, $500 per show. We do have one coming up that's already planned, so we're not gonna look at January. But if the board is interested, they'll be happy to take that over moving forward. This year it would be transferring $1,500 from our budget so that they could sponsor those musicians, food, artists, all the things they do. So we think that's a great way. First step here, they can transition if, again, the board supports that. We did get the portable sauna RFP out. So far to date, there have been no bids. No one has submitted a request to place a portable sauna in our parks. And Dolores is happy to announce, she sent 5 pallets of town records to be digitized over the holidays. And they will not be coming back. We started with records that are not questionable if we need a physical copy of them moving forward. So 5 pallets have disappeared from our storage area.
It's a lot of paper.
Yeah. So congratulations.
Where were they, in the barn?
They were in the brown building.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was mostly financial
Financial DOT packets that we're required to keep, bank statements, things like that.
So things that we can access digitally more easily than knowing if FEMA's gonna request something, or historical records that sometimes we need.
And that'll be in the cloud somewhere, I assume.
Yeah, there'll be, well, we're also gonna have we're building the laserfish system, so that will be available on the website as well. So everything will be searchable
To the
They won't have
Fair
to
enough,
see, I'd like
and I
to
guess
see
my
the
question is,
laser.
I assume there's multiple digital copies of this?
Yeah.
So it's in the cloud, and
That's a good point.
I've also ordered from the scanning company a big hard
Okay.
external drive, that way I can put it in the safe, because I just don't trust it.
Exactly.
We forget to pay that one iCloud and.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that process is, we did get it up and going before the end of the year, so that's good.
Good.
Lisa put in several affordable housing updates. And then, the only upcoming event that's not a standard for you is that, Town Hall will be closed for Martin Luther King Day on January 19th, so your meeting will be on Tuesday, the 20th. Any questions?
Questions, trustee Little?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. So on the centrifuge,
Yes,
correct me if I'm wrong, and I know Aaron's not here to answer the question, but
he's online.
okay, so when we were talking about the refuel plant,
Yes,
I thought there was talk of like a fan to
Yep.
do the dewater.
Fan
instead of
press.
the Centrifuge, so
yes.
I'm just wondering, does it make any sense? I mean, if we replace the whole centrifuge and then 2 years later replace it with a fan.
No,
is
we
that-
won't do that. That's why they're trying to patch it together to keep it going until the recommendation is there. If you recall, we did a experiment. We brought in a couple different, we did a fan press and a screw press to see which was gonna be more efficient. So, Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but the goal here is to keep this going until this is designed and bring in our permanent fix.
If we can keep it going.
Yeah.
Can we jump immediately to the fan option? Is that possible with the current setup?
I don't think we could get one really quickly installed. I have reached out to see if potentially the consort, the contractor doing the planning could get a demo going right away and potentially just keep that going for us. It would have to be a temporary setup. Part of the issue is the different sizing of the 2 different items and fitting them in. That's part of what would have to be done, retrofitting the room. But if needed, we were looking at that. The first talk was that it was just the sensor, and now hearing that getting the sensor in, they still have some concerns, but we're hoping they can make the centrifuge work.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more. This is for Lisa. This is just my confusion. You just gave us $900,000.
Yes,
Where is it?
the wire is in the
bank.
the bank.
It's in our bank.
Yeah.
Our bank account.
It is right now. We have not yet transferred it to BCHA.
Because this is just gonna be a quick transfer back and forth.
So we have, because on the Carter Court lots, we did sign the subrecipient agreement with BCHA for BCHA to develop the Carter Court lots, but we've been having some conversations with Boulder Mod. And if Boulder Mod is interested, we may, through updates with the board and further conversations with the board, decide to execute a subrecipient agreement with them. So we're holding all the funds until we
We know who's
decide if
building.
BCHA is gonna develop that or we pivot to a different proposal.
Nothing has been proposed for sewer.
Correct. We still anticipate the Seward funds will be going to BCHA, but until we've
They haven't
got a
asked-
little further along on Carter Court, we're just holding on.
Just, and again, over the holidays, it's really, it's difficult to work with a team of people. It feels like half of the group is always gone when they're
Overlapping vacations.
It really is. Those last few weeks of December.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
we hope to have an update hopefully in the next.
At the next meeting, yeah.
Trustee Dodgy?
Shockingly, I'd like to go back to the wastewater treatment plants. So you said the design was at 30%.
Yes.
So when do we think we'll be at 100%?
But they're not yet at 30%. That's what they hope to have the end of February.
End
Is
of
the
February will be
30%. And then we have to review and make some decisions on whether we think it's better to move forward with a new centrifuge or a fan press or the other rotary screw type press is the big decision. But at 30%, it's going to then take us a couple weeks. The contract was to have them finished by the end of the year. So it's a long ways out.
9 to 12 months.
So we're gonna need a temporary solution until that happens, correct?
If we can't just repair the centrifuge, we would need to do something else. The goal right now is that this new sensor has gone in and they are now working because the centrifuge was really spinning too fast. So that really caused it to vibrate and shake, and they're hoping they can get it tightened up. But if not, we are going to have to start to look into other options.
So is it, it's probably too soon to even consider the cost of a new centrifuge, right? Let's not go there.
Because we don't want to replace it with a centrifuge.
Right. Got it.
In
Okay.
general, we were leaning towards the press,
Right.
but we didn't want to rule out what the cost would be for a new centrifuge and potential benefits there. But the original reviews had been the press is less energy, it runs smoother, less operator time.
Thank you. Trustee Hamrick, any questions? Mayor Pro Tem? Trustee Browning?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions on the old Apple Valley water line that they were cutting the water line to ours. Is the buyer of that property planning to tap into town water?
He does have a tap
He already
already.
does.
We
Well,
had one.
so
So
but let's be clear that he has the approval for a tap. He doesn't have a simple 3/4 inch water line tap. There is the whole giant 12-inch pipe that connects the plant to our system. And that has to be cut and capped. And he has the rights. The current water tap is just the plumbing in the plant, which won't work. So that's why we have discussed cutting the line as it comes across Apple Valley Road. And at that point, it gets a little complicated. We can work in Boulder County's right of way, or potentially it's easier to work on the property with that property owner's approval and get a hydrant put in at that location And at the same time, we're gonna be there working, so we need to negotiate what we would do, but we could have him pay for the parts to put in his water tap. And while we're doing that, we could actually install that for him for letting us work on his property and staying out of the Boulder County right of way.
Okay, I didn't understand it. The water line that's being cut was not his water, so it's not gonna.
Not
be
a
his water
service line. It's the main line that came from the diversion into the building.
My related question that you just touched on is, we're putting a fire hydrant out there, why, since it's not in town limits?
We have hydrants along Apple Valley. There are already 3 or 4. So we've put them along those lines. It seemed, and there's even one, I don't know how close, I'd have to look, but the fire department was using that. I don't remember which fire it was specifically, that just the Calwood, actually, maybe just when they were fighting up on Gray Mountain. So it would seem to make sense to even have a second fire hydrant there, because a fire right there at Apple Valley Road and the highway is pretty close to town. And it would seem like an effective protection for the town to have as much firefighting capabilities as we could right there.
Didn't realize that because we supply water to a number of Apple Valley residents at twice the normal rate.
Yes.
We're also basically, one of the reasons maybe they pay twice the regular rate is because they're getting fire hydrants.
Absolutely. I
fire
mean, it
protection as
helps
well,
their
not
insurance
just for
rates
fire, it's also
significantly
Okay,
to be within 300 or 600 feet of a fire hydrant.
thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Williams?
And I would also say that fire hydrants are often used for filling trucks that serve either in town or elsewhere. So it's not just for firefighting in their immediate neighborhood, it's to make more efficient the firefighting everywhere else. One comment on limb drop off. I helped staff it. We had 123 visitors bringing over 150 loads. Some of those were just Christmas trees.
Yeah.
And some of them were trailer loads full, so the metrics will be a little different if we do it right after the holidays, but I've done this a few times, I think those are the highest
Yeah,
numbers.
that's what we were told. We hadn't seen the numbers yet, but knew it was a really productive
I think
day.
it's 123 participants and 153 loads.
Wow.
And someone we all know came 5 times to fill up their van, which is pretty impressive for a 4-hour round. Question on. What was it? Oh, if we were to pivot for Carter Court to Boulder Mod, do you know what their wait times are now?
They have some, that's part of the thing that we will get firmed up, but they have some openings in their schedule due to some projects not moving forward as fast as they had initially thought.
That's why they're interested. There's a gap in their production and they think they could produce 4 units
Pretty quickly.
very quickly.
Nice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Oh, the other half of my admin report this time is the clerk put in a report since we are entering election season. And
Clerk report.
we have a clerk report.
Well, I tried to put, didn't realize it was 7 pages now that I got it's like, holy cow, but that's kind of put together because people, well, how many hours are the meetings? So it's just kind of a synopsis of all the questions that you get. It's kind of put together by CML. Karen Goldman works with the elections through the Colorado Municipal Clerks Association. So it's got a lot of helpful information in there. And then I also put the dates for everyone because tomorrow's the big day. I have my nomination petition packets. They are ready to go. They'll be ready at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then they are due back in my office by 4:30 on the 26th.
4:30, not 5 o'clock.
Not 5 o'clock.
Not 4:55 or 4:58. 4:30. No, but other folks have waited until literally the very last 60 seconds, so I just think it's important.
Again, I think the important thing, you only need 10 signatures. Make sure you get more than that because a lot of people are like, well, I live in Lyons, but they don't. They live on Apple Valley. They live up in Pinewood, but it says Lyons 80540. So just make sure we get more than that, but
To live within the town limits.
Yeah.
And it's readable.
Yeah. That's not. I can confirm that you're a registered elector, yeah. Any questions?
Trustee Dawes?
Yes, thank you. This is a great, very useful document. I'm curious as to how you're distributing this document. Is it when people come in to pick up their packet or you actually?
Yep, I'll have that available. Kim is also going to do a big e-blast with all of this stuff
good.
tomorrow. All the
Great.
dates, everything is ready to.
Awesome. Yeah, because I think in the e-blast, I mean, I've just heard this question a lot. And people want to sit down and have coffee and talk about what does it mean exactly, so I love how you laid it all out.
Yeah.
And if that could be included in the e-blast somehow, so that those who are considering it can really see
Just
like
click on there and.
what's exactly. That'd be
We
awesome.
even thought about, if there's the interest, we could hold a meet with the clerk
Oh,
for the public, like if you wanna have just folks meet here at the library and she could go through this document and answer any questions people have. That's another thing we could do, but with only 20 days, it's something, once this gets out there tomorrow, we would schedule it, if that's an interest you think people would have. Next week probably.
Yeah.
Do you think that's something, or is it just I mean, Dolores has to go through this every time someone comes in.
I think it would be super helpful to have just kind of like an open house, like an election open house. Cause I get a lot of questions too, and I was hoping we could do, we did that during COVID, we did an online run for something.
Yeah.
Kind of webinar thing about running for office and
Mhm.
I think the more opportunity, the better.
I agree.
So how about if we e-blast this like we planned on and then find an hour next week? That Dolores can just be available so she can do it once.
Right.
And go through this, and then when people come to get packets, they can just pick up their packet.
And I might even suggest that maybe one of us partners with our town clerk, so that people do have questions of what it's like being on the board, that it's like, we're all there.
Right.
Yeah.
Like we can, not all of us, but one of us could sign up.
Or two.
Yeah. And we could be there with you to kind of give them that. our
Give them your perspective.
Exactly.
All I know is, what's required on my end, so it'd be nice if they. heard
Totally
feedback.
happy to do that.
Yeah,
That'd be awesome.
But it's a great document you guys have put together.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, good job.
Helpful. So, okay, we will plan to get this blasted tomorrow. Is it tomorrow?
yes.
It goes out, and then we'll find a date next week. If any of you are interested, let us know. And we'll just schedule a running for office open house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Sure. All right, legal update, Attorney Dittman?
Do we have finance or?
No finance
No
today.
finance.
Okay, cool. So thank you so much, Mayor. Like Cassie, I am also sick, and so if you can't hear me, please feel free to ask me to repeat. I'm trying my best, but obviously so I'm pretty nasally today. I did want to give an update on a court decision that came out right before Christmas on the 22nd. It's in Ray People v. Camp. It is a case about to what extent municipal offenses and the penalties for those can be different from corresponding state law crimes. And what the court held, which was contrary to prior precedent, was that municipal court offenses cannot be any different, whether they be less or more than state law corollaries that are in the state statutes. And so if there is a state penalty for trespassing, the local penalty for trespassing cannot be any different, any less stringent or any more stringent. Same with the big one that, is impacting a lot of people is retail theft is one that's a lot of concern over. There's been a lot of different programs put into place since it became a big problem. Then it would now not be allowed under this decision. The decision is effective immediately, and so the day it came out, it's been effective. I've been in communication with the judge and with CML. CML is looking at maybe doing a legislative fix or something because it is very contrary to prior court precedent and prior statutes and the intent behind those. In terms of the more immediate things that we're doing, Judge Brown has put out a standing order saying that no that penalties will be any different from state law crimes if as crimes exist. We're also beginning to talk about whether or not we need to amend the code to help comply with this new decision, and the easiest way to do that may be just a simple section in our general offenses provision of our code saying that if there is a state law equivalent charge that, in our code is something different, then we will default to whatever the state, equivalent is. We're still talking through that about whether or not we want to do that, because as we've learned today, there are some things that we do a little bit different from the state. And so we are impacted by this right now. That's pretty much all I have to say about that. I just want to introduce you to that issue. This will be coming back in the form of a code amendment of some kind. But if you have any questions, please let me know.
Any questions for Attorney Dittman?
Our general penalty for violations of the Lions Municipal Code is like up to $1,000 a day.
Correct.
That's that protect us if there's an equivalent state provision, and it's obviously we couldn't go for 1,000 in any of them, but we would just mirror state provision, and then the state for whatever violation, for example, prescribed $500 fine. Wouldn't that automatically replace?
So we do have some that are specific. And so I think that and the state is very specific in terms of how it does petty offenses, felonies, different categories of felonies in terms of prison sentence and charge. And so that's the concern, is that there's the opportunity for difference there. The standing order should help, in the meantime. But I mean, I think the simplest thing to do would be to amend the code to say wherever there's a conflict, the state law, controls. But I think in some instances, I think you're right. The flexibility given by the general penalty provision will help protect us in some cases where there's not a more specific penalty assigned.
Someone else have a question? And then I said, there, trustee.
Yeah, I was just wondering, should we long-term go through the municipal code and pull out anything that overlaps with state code? And for example, and I'm sure Trustee Browning brought this up, we were talking about EV regulations. And you quite clearly pointed out, hey, we already have one on the state. So it's just things like that, I think.
Yeah, this is more concerned with criminal, which is really just for us traffic, mostly, and other types of kind of criminal offenses like trespass or theft or, we don't do assault and battery, I don't think locally, but things like that, right? Not like general code provisions, and things like EV chargers are actually, required to have local regulations done by the state for those too. But yeah, I mean, this is really just the big code update we did for general offenses is really that section of the code really is what we're talking about.
Okay. My misunderstanding.
Yep, no worries.
Okay. Any other updates for us, Brandon?
Nope, that's it for right now. I will say the legislative session's about ready to kick off, so we're gonna get all sorts of crazy stuff, I'm sure. One thing that, we've been saying in my legislative circles is that because the state doesn't have any money, that may prevent some of the worst things from happening potentially. But we expect to be a very busy year for utilities in particular. And so we'll keep you updated as things happen.
Okay, yeah, Senator Marchman was here on Sunday and she was talking about the upcoming legislative session. She said that there would actually be fewer bills run this session because there's no money to pay for them. So might not be as busy. Okay, great, thank you. Let's move on then to ordinances and public hearings. First is the first reading of ordinance 1203. Approving the rezoning of 4651 and 4652 Union Highway from a commercial eastern corridor to PUD.
Good evening, Mayor and Board of Trustees. I do not have a presentation for you tonight on this one yet, since it's just first reading to set the public hearing. But the application before you is to essentially rezone the properties. It's comprised of 3 different lots straddling Ute Highway out on the eastern corridor of town, from the agricultural and commercial east corridor zone district to PUD. Happy to take any questions, but really, the purpose of tonight is just to set the public hearing, and the applicant is also not here this evening for this one.
Any questions for staff? Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I'm looking at the material here. I'm looking at the CPW comments.
Yes.
My first question is, what is the obligation of the developer to adhere to the CPW recommendations?
I'm gonna look at Town Attorney Dittman on that one first.
Yeah, it depends on what it is, whether it's a binding requirement under state law or not. And personally, the town processes, I mean, it is a recommendation to referral to an agency. There's not a binding commitment generally, unless there's a separate code provision that says you have to do X. I'm not particularly familiar with the CPW comments are in this case, but it's something we can certainly bring back for second reading. But I'd say generally, unless there's a state law requirement, they do X thing, then it is truly a recommendation and not a requirement.
Well, the only reason I ask is because the CPW letter recommends no ground disturbance within 500 feet of the St. Vrain Creek, which basically takes the whole southern half of that development off the board if we were to adhere to their recommendation. Yeah, and the CPW letter also talks about uplifting of the habitat around the creek. But in our tour that we had there last spring, I mean, it looked to me like the work on the south property from the building down to the creek was already accomplished.
Correct.
But then further on in the PUD application, it talks about doing further work around the creek. So if they have, and I assume they got all the proper permits to do that work around the river. Now they want to go back, and if they want to change any of that, shouldn't that have been considered in the initial permit?
So they do not yet have a formal plan for what they intend to do on the south side of the property adjacent to the river. So they have a lot of concepts and things, but we don't have a formal submittal or any site design application. It's certainly within the town's, I guess, purview. To Brandon's point, to where we have codes and policies that could influence the zoning on the property, in consideration of CPW's comments. So I guess to break apart your comments a little bit, we can factor CPW's recommendations along with our own codes and policies for potentially taking action on the rezoning. As far as any future development, it will have to be, if it's amending or changing anything, within the grading in there, we'll have to go through permits at that time.
I would just like to request at the time when we formally entertain this, that we see any of the applicable permits that were done for work along the river.
I will work with staff to make sure we can,
We should do this.
to source what we have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for staff?
With the applicant right here, I'll reserve some questions for second reading, but there's two areas that I want and have questions and concerns about. Probably perhaps best directed to the applicant, but he may have comments on them as well. One is, I didn't see anything in here about any time limitation on whatever uses they decide to make of this property. As I read this, it's just grant us a PUD that lets us do all these things as a matter of right with no time commitment that I could see as to when they would file a development plan, much less get one approved.
That is correct. So this document, this PUD would essentially serve as the zoning for the property, which runs with the land. Any development under this PUD will require approval of development plans in the future, similar to 402 Main. I'm not aware that, and again, this might be more of a question for Town Attorney Dittman, through a zoning application, what obligations the town could include as conditions for timelines on development.
Yeah, whether zoning can be conditional or not is basically, that's a good question. I mean, typically you'd be more of a development permit, your development plan. Some, they submit development plans and we're going to build this such thing, and we put a time limit on that. It's usually not the zoning, but there may be the possibility to do a time restricted zoning of some kind. I haven't heard of that with the reverter clause. Something we could look into though.
Yeah, I would request that, kind of look into that before next time, because the property has a unique history in that regard, and that when it was purchased from the town, the board at that time specifically put a requirement that they, I believe it was going to be file a development plan. With a year, 2 years, it was fairly short.
Modify a couple times too, yeah.
And if they did not, there was gonna be $100,000 penalty paid to the town.
Right.
The labor board that I was on waived that penalty.
Right.
For a number of reasons, unanticipated difficulties with the south side, with the water on the south side, including lack of cooperation from the neighbors, and also I think that was the early stage of the project.
It was
Was.
very,
Unrealistic to compel them to require with that when COVID was gonna change things. But the purpose of the prior board, which I was not on, in doing that, and it originally, and I think Mayor Sullivan was the main proponent of that, was we did not want this property to sit there in limbo for many, many years. And in fact, that's what's happened. And so I'll raise that as an area of general concern and questions that I hope the applicant will address at second reading, which is, are we just giving an open-ended time here, it was a different situation. It was annexation with people property, but we specifically put a time period in there that if they didn't get a development plan approved within, I believe it was 3 years, they would have to, there was not necessarily a penalty involved, but they were gonna have to put up water rights and pay tap fees, and they were gonna have to come out of pocket a substantial sum. They just sat on the property for years. And so that's an area that I think needs some attention. And the second thing is, how difficult is it for PUD applications to basically have no commitment that I could see for doing any particular types of uses? They really want carte blanche here on what they can do. And I'm thinking back to the Riverbend PUD that we just did last year, and then the Riverbend PUD that was done back in 2016. Both of those involve specific plans to do specific things. They had a particular purpose in mind, and the board, when they granted the PUD, weighed the benefits and costs of that. So how difficult is it for a PUD to basically give carte blanche and do whatever you want to do?
Well, I think it's a very fair question, and I think PUDs can serve as a number of different tools for different communities. Sometimes PUDs come basically to serve as the zoning, right? So, and that's what this PUD application proposes. This would effectively serve as the zoning for the property. It's essentially a modified, kind of a slightly modified zoning that is based on the commercial East Corridor Zone District, right? So that's what this PUD application is proposing. Alternatively, you are correct, some PUDs get very specific in terms of building design and site design, and there's nothing that says this PUD could not be that. But the applicant did not propose that. This is the applicant is proposing essentially a custom zone district for these 3 properties that is based on the CEC zone district, with the understanding and requirement that future development will have to go through the major development plan process and public hearings accordingly. And again, I'm not entirely speaking for them, but they have said this in their application. They're not ready to, dial in exactly which of these proposals they're ready to commit to and remove all the others from the table. As you correctly stated, they are still exploring feasibility of getting utilities under the highway. They are still somewhat beholden on the TBO development to understand the access configurations, particularly into the northern side of the property, so that we can think through the intersection design and access configuration as well as shared access. So there's still a lot of conversations happening that are dependent on others. But I think to the degree you'd like to request the applicant or condition this application more narrowly, I think that's a good conversation with the applicant in the public hearing.
Thank you.
I'd like to.
I have a follow-on question to that.
Yeah.
And this might be a super basic question, so I apologize if it is. But I understand that obviously they're not here, the applicants, but if they don't know exactly what it is they want to do, why would they want to change the zoning to PUD now?
I think that's a great
That's
question
the
for the
intent.
applicant.
No, but I think that's why they want to do it, is because zoned as ag you can't do anything. And so by rezoning it PUD with these uses, they can start trying to attract other businesses.
I see, okay.
And so that person doesn't have to go through this process. I do think, and this is kind of interesting because Lyons, I think, is unique in that most of the PUDs we've worked with are related to a development plan. That is not the case in most places. Most communities have districts and areas where you're going to have a PUD if you're gonna have a big commercial development or something. It's not unusual to have that zoning so that whoever comes in can propose what they want to do on there if it's these uses, and then it's already done. So we're just used to the way we do it.
It was never envisioned that this would stay ag. That was done for a particular reason, which was
Sure.
to keep the value low in case we did another.
Well,
ERA
and
district
the
down
county
here.
did the moratorium.
Yeah, it was always anticipated that would be changed. So
Trustee Hammer?
So if that's the case, would it make more sense to change the CEC permitted uses instead of creating the PUD?
What's PUDC?
I think that's an option the town could consider. The applicant could have proposed to amend the CEC zone district. Alternatively, the town could indicate, you know what, we're actually fine with all these changes for any property zoned CEC, and we would like to kind of work with you to maybe go that direction instead. But that's kind of not at the table, but I think to your point, you could amend that. And
Because
then
it could attract other businesses and other properties in it.
yeah. I also, just from observation, a few of the PUDs that I've looked at in the past were kind of processed in a way that it functioned both as the PUD and the development plan. So like the title on some of these applications was PUD and development plan. So they kind of lumped both of these into one process
Yeah.
where they're proposing to.
And all the conditions were listed on the PUD. Where this is just saying this parcel of land is, if it goes through, is now available for a planned unit development with these uses.
Yeah.
So now they can go market to people that, you know, they have several uses for this property, these properties versus, it's just different. I mean, communities do it differently. This is how they're used to, like, areas of Denver are meant to be PUDs. They want someone to come in with, you know, a proposed development.
I would say you see both within communities. I mean, very oftenly, whereas like there's a PUD that's designed to add zoning flexibility for one development in particular, and you have entire areas of a city that may be being rezoned through this method in order to create more flexibility. Because all PUD is contract zoning. It's just creating our own zoning district with unique characteristics. A lot of times to reduce like parking or add additional uses that aren't otherwise permitted. And so I think you see the spectrum in every community, and I think Lyons has experienced it because it's not big, right? You don't have areas for big developments to have these more generalized, PUDs.
Trustee Lowen, you have a question?
Yeah, so ancillary to this discussion, but the T-Bow thing has already been mentioned here, so I think it's appropriate. Do we have any indication when T-Bow is going to start development there? And I only ask that because I went by there the other day and I noted that the old Mike's Well Service building has now been rented out, which tells me there probably isn't a big giddy up to getting that done.
So that development is probably one of the most complicated pieces of property I've ever worked on. If you factor in the fact that you have 2 ditches running through it that need improvements, you've got an intersection and the ditch companies have say, you've got, for being a small piece of property, it's complicated. The T-Bow organization has also been heavily impacted by the fire in Netherlands, right? So I think the last time their CEO and I talked about it, I think we both assumed we would love to get something in front of you in the next 18 months to 2 years, but it's happening. We are actively working on it, but there are a lot of parties that need to get on the same page.
Okay.
We will probably have to revise our Pell agreement we have with 9 other communities to be able to make this, I mean, it's gonna have a lot of
Maybe,
steps.
maybe over the, and I don't, since it's not on the agenda, I think we all have an interest in it. Maybe next meeting, we could get an updated admin report or.
Maybe that or, you know, maybe closer to knowing who's gonna be seated. Because they're gonna, this is gonna be a big topic for the next board.
Yeah, okay.
To review
But
too,
let's stick with
it's
this
gonna be a while.
for now. Let's stick with this PUD for now. Okay, any other questions for staff?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Trustee Browning had requested additional work occur on a development timeline. Could I get some more, I guess, direction on what that might look like or consensus?
Let's, can we hold on
Yes.
that until after there's a motion in a second?
Yes.
And if I forget, please remind me.
Thanks.
Okay, trustee Williams?
Just a question for Mr. Simonson, and maybe it's a clarification, I wanna make sure that I heard you the same way that my fellow trustees heard, mayors heard. You said that opening up all of these uses, if the board chooses to do so, would allow broader marketing.
Yes.
And by marketing, do you mean it would allow the current owner to go out and find partners so that they can put together whatever kind of interesting collaboration they might want? But it might also mean that they have more flexibility to market sales of the property to people who would have different ideas and different uses than we might assume the current owner would have.
Yes, it could be both.
Okay.
And I, you know, just as, I mean, they've talked with Tebow, you know, he's interested in expanding on the north. So I mean, it could be either or. If this is approved, he might have uses that he would like to pursue on these sites. But it also might mean partnering with someone else who has some of these uses that he has no interest in providing.
Or selling off entirely.
Or selling the
to someone who
entirety
has
of either
another idea.
parcel. Sure.
It is important to note that zoning runs with the land, is not tied to this particular property owner. And, it's, yes, they could sell.
All right, with that, is there a motion?
On the approval on first reading and move to second reading of ordinance 1203. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving of rezoning of 4651 and 4653, moving away from commercial eastern corner CEC to PUD CEC.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great, okay, now discussion.
Now, that's a thought of mine is I keep thinking the same thing that the trustee Williams is talking about, I think once they've realized everything they've got on the south side of that, they may just be going to move the property. Period. And that's not make it easier for them to do that. But I really don't have any other questions or comments until I hear from them. So I just have to wait a second reading before I have anything else to say.
Anyone else, trustee Bernie?
Yeah, I'm okay with moving it to second reading. I do have the concerns I mentioned. It's been frustrating. Eastern Corridor is just a puzzle that we haven't solved. Going back to the 2010 ARM plan, that was one of the chief priorities of commercial development of the Eastern Corridor. We need to do this for economic reasons, and the LEPA said the same thing. If you don't do that, if you don't commercially develop the Eastern Corridor, you're gonna be in a world of financial trouble that we're nearing. But the more we focused on it, the more we put this in our comp plans and have acted on individual property transactions out there, for whatever reason, the worse it gets. Because the way the properties look out there, is worse than it was 10 or 15 years ago. And I don't know how we fix that. Maybe, this property in particular presents issues. So like I said, great attention was made to make sure as best we could that it didn't sit there for 5-10 years, deteriorating, and that's exactly what's happened. And it's easy to describe the problem, it's hard to find a solution, but one of the things that I may consider, and I'll confer with town staff and including the town attorney between first and second reading, is could we potentially approve the PUD as requested, but put a time deadline on it, that if something's not done within X time, that approval goes away. To create an incentive, it wouldn't be putting a financial penalty for not doing it, which we did initially on this property. Basically be creating an incentive to move forward with something. Anyway, it's an idea, we can talk about it between now and then. I'm okay, we're just going to second reading, but there are questions and concerns.
Anyone else? Okay, I share those concerns and I have some questions too, so it'd be great to hear from the applicant. Okay,
Thank you.
Oh, you wanted clarification on?
Oh, I think it just sounds like just additional legal opinion on whether or not we can, so we can bring to you a legal or strength on a legal opinion, and then you can decide what to do with that. That's fine. Great, thank you.
Okay. All right, then we'll call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Everybody? Okay, first reading of ordinance 1211, which is the ballot question regarding the increase of the use tax by 1% to be approved by voters at the April 7th, 2026 election. Brief staff report, when we get into it.
Yes, at the October budget workshops, it was discussed that the town's use tax was not equal to the town's sales tax, which is not something that's typically seen. So the board requested to review this at a future workshop, which was done earlier this evening, to discuss if an increase should be proposed to the town's voters. And that's what this ordinance before you would do if the town or if the board wishes to pursue it.
And thank you. And I just want to state that the reason that this first reading is in the packet, this isn't normally the way things work after workshop. Usually there's discussion direction. But because of timing of having to get language to the ballot, that's what the only reason that this is.
We would be first reading tonight and second reading the 20th.
Yeah. Okay, does anybody have any questions for staff? All right, so then in order to discuss this, would anybody like to make, oh, I'm sorry.
Just a question, I guess, to the town attorney. I'm not very practiced at writing these ballot measures or parsing them. But it does seem that a large part of our motivation in doing this, and to the extent that we have any comfort doing it, our comfort in doing it, has to do with what is only in a whereas, linking the sales tax and the use tax, aligning them. And that's not actually in the ballot language. Would it be possible to have it in the ballot language? Is there a reason that it's been excluded from the actual question?
Yeah, we can't have it in the ballot language because it's a Tabor question, so it requires very specific parameters as to how these are written, which are not admittedly easy to understand always. Like the language around, increasing tax terms by a certain amount in fiscal years and what's amount thereafter. I mean, that's all very structured in a way that has to be done. And so there's not really, we can put out public information about why we're doing this, but we can't put it in the actual ballot question itself.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think, for any ballot question, there's always the opportunity to have a pro and a con statement.
Yep.
That goes out. In fact, I think that's a requirement.
It's required for Tabor ones too, so.
So, yeah, and shouldn't this be in all caps? Shouldn't this be screaming at us for a minute?
And when it's printed, it will be. So.
That's a great question. Any other questions? Then for purposes of discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading ordinance 1211 and ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a ballot question regarding the increase of use tax by 1%. Be approved by the voters at the April 7th, 2026 election.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Discussion. Trustee Browning, would you like to, I know you have
Sure.
comments.
I'm not in favor of pursuing this potential tax increase, even to second reading or putting it on the ballot. I think it's very important to look at who this tax hits. This tax hits the locals. In particular, it hits the locals year in, year out, more than 80% of it, mostly locals who buy used cars. I ask you to think for a minute about who buys new cars, which they pay sales tax on, and who buys mostly used cars that you pay use tax on. I think there's an income disparity there. This would also make new developments more costly at a time when we're looking for new development. Things like the hotel in 402 Main. Let's also think about recent history of tax increases for Lyons residents. The town of Lyons has in the last few years increased its sales tax, its lodging tax, its marijuana tax, and its property taxes. Boulder County has extended existing sales taxes and this last year added a new tax. The Lyons Fire Protection District, for good reason, has greatly increased its property tax mill levy. Our locals have been hit with tax increase after tax increase after tax increase. Some of those, like lodging tax, are mostly paid by out of towners. Sales tax is a mix. My own guess it is probably 60% local, 40% out of town. But I think eventually you get to the point where enough is enough. The buzzword in all kinds of political circles now is affordability. Why do we want to tax Lyons residents who are having difficulty paying the increasing cost of living here in Lyons more and more and more and more? It doesn't bother me in the least that we would have a difference in our use tax and sales tax rate, just because most other towns have the same. I look at that as giving a break to Lyons citizens on particular used car purchases. I also think we can do a better job of collecting our existing taxes on the books before, and that we should do that when we raise taxes further, even ask citizens to raise taxes further. I think in the process of working on this, that we can do a policy on that will increase our sales tax collections from our event vendors, in particular summer wedding vendors, florists and caterers. I think we can improve our use tax collections on big projects as discussed in the workshop today by requiring a single return at the end of a project that shows the materials cost. I know it can be argued, all we're doing here is letting voters decide. That's true. But I think it will be perceived by Lyons residents as the town requesting them to approve yet another tax increase. I think a better perception for the town of Lyons would be we're holding the line on additional taxes and we raise them enough. I also think it would be prudent to save this potential revenue increase from increasing the use taxes for when it's truly needed. We've already passed a balanced 2026 budget. We've been told that we may be facing budget deficits 2027 and going forward. Hotel construction are not having a big effect on hotel falls through, and we are facing big deficits. I think it would be much more understandable at that time to go to residents and say, we're running short of money, we're looking at a deficit, we got to raise taxes. This is really the only county tax increase we can do at this point, because we've already raised the rest. I don't think this is a good time to do it. I think we should put this potential tax increase in our back pocket and keep it available for future boards. But I don't think we should go to residents right now and ask them to raise taxes again. So I probably let them know when you move back in just a second.
Who else? Has a comment?
Well, I believe that we're going to face incredible infrastructure costs. I don't think we're going to be able to look nearly as much to the federal government, satisfy the needs of these costs. I think the state is gonna be strapped because of the tax law that was passed this year, to which our income taxes are tied. And I think good governance begins with recognizing that you've got to look at every opportunity for revenue you possibly can get it that is appropriate. And this is not, I don't think, an onerous tax that would create great difficulty for the vast majority of people in our town. it is putting us in line with most other municipalities. We are a smaller municipality and already our sales tax is higher. In recognition of that, I think it would be appropriate for the use tax to match sales tax. And in recognition of that, we're not gonna have, you know, another Stone Canyon coming in where this is gonna generate a lot of money, but it generates a little bit of money. My biggest concern is those who previously have initiated business projects who this would hit, and I would not want to see them on. So I do want to see it go to second reading. I am in favor of passing it, but not making it effective until 2027.
Do you want to offer an amendment to the ballot language? For this thing?
Not at this time, no. If it goes to second reading, yeah.
Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, my biggest problem with this is, and it's to a specific project, the long-awaited hotel. I see the figure that Director Eystone put down there, 15 million as a valuation estimate for the hotel. I think it's gonna be a heck of a lot more than that, which means that the difference between 3 and 4 is going to be increased. These people have waited for interest rates to come down, for commodity prices to come down. And now we're going to raise the use tax on them. We're going to increase it by 33%. In so doing, I would wager that they're going to come back to us and ask for some concessions. So my point is, we may gain in the use tax, but we're going to lose in any concessions that we may have to make because of this increase. I was also taken by the fact when I read that 80% of this tax is on residents for automobiles. I don't buy a lot of new automobiles. I'm still driving a 15-year-old car, but sooner or later I will have to buy one. And I don't think it's untoward to think that kind of like a $40,000 vehicle is probably about average now for a new car. That would represent a $400 increase in the tax on that, directly paid by the resident.
Only used cars have to pay the use tax, new cars.
Even
resale.
New and used is bought from a dealer. If you buy a person, then it's a use tax.
Or out of state.
Or out of state.
Okay.
So it's not used cars. If you go to a dealer and buy a used car, you're paying the sales tax.
Sales tax, that's why they're usually.
But if I buy your old Forester, then yeah, it's
Then you
use
do
tax.
use tax.
Yeah, when you register.
So for the reasons of the hotel and for commercial development in particular, I'm not in favor of this.
I'm just gonna go back and forth here, trustee Williams.
I don't have a view on whether at the end of the day we should pass this. I do think it's worth further consideration. I'll vote to pass it on first reading. As a general rule, I sympathize with the arguments about regressivity. I think the people who buy used cars rarely are not necessarily the first people that we want to be raising taxes to. But we also have a budget to balance, and there's a pretty good chance that if it doesn't come in this form, it'll come in some other form, which will also be very closely associated with people's day-to-day expenses. I also sympathize with people needing some certainty even about the largest projects. But honestly, I'm a little less sympathetic there, which is ironic, of course, because I sometimes find myself in that position where I would like to have some certainty about my budget, but things change, things come up. And honestly, the extra 1% on materials in a project that may still be a year out, not that difficult to adjust for. Things that I'm less sympathetic to, one that's not going to be very popular, I suspect, is that I don't necessarily think that it's in the town's best interest to try to steer as many fees or as many taxes to visitors as possible. And to believe that we can always spare our neighbors or our locals, or however we want to phrase it. I think it's often painful to recognize that those of us who live here whether we're doing well or struggling, also have to help make sure that the town's budget balances. Weighing all of those, there certainly are arguments that are reasonable and responsible on both sides, but I think they're worthy of another discussion and quite possibly a ballot measure.
Trustee Dempsey?
I agree with trustee Williams. Everybody has presented really valid arguments here. I hear the affordability argument. I also hear the budget argument and I think that this does merit more discussion on second reading, and I think ultimately it is up to the voters to decide. And I, for one, would like to correct the error that I made on the last board where we didn't tie this sales tax to the use tax. I feel responsible for that. And I feel like going forward that it should be combined.
Trustee Hammer?
I'm in support of sending this to a second reading and ultimately letting the voters decide.
And I'm gonna vote yes to send this to second reading. However, I am not 100% convinced that I think it should move forward. The reason I am interested in sending it to a second reading is I want to hopefully hear directly from the public at a public hearing about whether the public would like to see this on a ballot. And I also would like the opportunity for staff to connect with the developers and particularly of the hotel to see if delaying the start date of the tax would be beneficial. I do think that if we make this effective, say in January of 27, that might prove to be a motivating factor to get some shovels really in the ground, and I think that would be helpful. So, you know, I think knowing that if this should pass on second reading and it goes to the voters, you know, the voters decide this is the beauty of Tabor. You know, there's a bunch of drawbacks to Tabor, but this is the beauty of Tabor. But I think for us as trustees, what we're always, the tension that we're up against is we are fiduciaries for the town. And we also care very deeply about our residents and the citizens here and our neighbors and want people to be able to afford to live here, stay here and thrive. And so sometimes those two things are at odds, and I just want to recognize, I don't have any answers to that. I just want to recognize that that could be difficult. So with that, I will call for the vote.
Passes 5-2 with trustees Browning and Lowell voting no.
Thank you, everyone, for the productive discussion. So before we move to consent, it's 8:55. I'd like to take a 10-minute break if that's okay. Sure. Great, thank you. Oh.
We're live.
Great. So next on the agenda is consent. Can you please read consent into the record?
I sure can. Item one is resolution 2026-01, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, designating the official public notice location and the official newspapers of general circulation for the town of Lyons. Item two is resolution 2026-02, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, determining that the regular municipal election be held on April 7th, 2026, and shall be a mail ballot election. Item three is resolution 2026-03, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a Fourth Amendment to a development plan agreement between Colorado Lookout Lyons LLC and the town of Lyons. Item four are the December 15th, 2025 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And item six are the January accounts payable.
Thank you. Before I ask for a motion, trustee Williams.
Yeah, could I excuse myself for both the vote on the consent agenda? And if any items are deemed to be impacting me directly, to also excuse myself from whatever items might be removed from the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a candy or a cookie.
Always.
Thank you. All right, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Is there a second? Anything anyone would like to remove from consent this evening? Great. Call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Trustee Jackie, would you mind grabbing trustee Williams?
I can do that.
Sure, finishes is good.
Thank you. We'll let him come
I
back.
was gonna say, just took a bite.
Almost got it right.
Sorry, you didn't even get a break there.
I got a cookie.
Okay, good. All right, next up is boards and commissions, the LAHC municipal flag presentation. Do we don't should bit?
Yeah, Director Mitchell's here to present.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. I will give you the update and kind of the background on what has been happening with the municipal flag update. So probably back in August, we released a municipal flag call to artists. At the time, we received 26 different submissions from 10 local artists. The LAHC commission narrowed that down to 4 flags and 4 artists. At the time, back in October, it felt like perhaps none of those met the mark of what the board was hoping for. There is a $500 stipend for any artist. So in December, the LAHC met again with staff and input and narrowed it down to 3 artists, but still don't feel like there is a particular flag. So what staff is asking the board is, rather than choosing a flag, if you would help with choosing an artist based on these 3 different designs. So admittedly, staff is not flag experts. We're kind of doing this a little bit differently than what we've done before. I can tell you that all of the artists we have worked with, 2 of the 3 before, all local, all made it very clear that they are so proud to be involved in this and maybe need a little bit more direction on what exactly, because we have 7 board members and 7 commission members and 2 staff people. So my hope tonight is, if you all saw these, if you could help us to, if you would choose an artist and then give direction on having staff go back to the artist to really refine it. And certainly if this does not work, we did give some options in the packet that we could go out to professionals, we don't have that budgeted. Not sure if anybody remembers, it's a $2,500 was whole budget for this, and so the $500 stipend, and then, you know, staff would get them produced and get a flagpole for it. So I hope that helps, and feel free to answer or ask questions.
Questions for Director Mitchell? Well, I thank you for bringing this to us. I think this is a great approach, choosing the artist. I have a really strong opinion, and I'm just gonna come out and say it, since this is partially my professional background. I think that artist A is the way to go. I really appreciate the other interpretations. And I'm happy to go into greater detail. But to me, the designs that artist A has provided hit closest to the mark of saying lines without saying lions.
Yeah.
And my piece of feedback would be to just, I love the color palette. I think the color palette's great. I think it's modern and it also links to our history. And I would just ask that any of the designs be further simplified if possible. That's my opinion.
I share your opinion. And I don't much care for B or C at all. I feel that A is I'd probably have a preference for those that are on the right hand side. Or the ones on the left, but I definitely am in favor of A.
Yeah, Mr. Browning?
I agree also, those are simpler, easier seen. I do wanna say, and I'm fine with staff proceeding with that artist to finalize the design, but I don't think this merits any increase in the budget. I'm glad we're gonna get a flag. I don't think it merits a huge amount of staff time either. I happen to like the designs on the left a little bit, because I think the arch thing looks like a gateway. There are a lot of people who are fond of gateways.
Okay.
That's my favorite.
All right.
Suddenly we're in the zoning review. Trustee Williams?
I agree. As long as we logistically and legally can pivot from a call to designs, call for designs,
Yeah.
to a call for artists. If there's an elegant and allowable way to do that, I'll for it.
Trustee Lowe?
A.
Trustee Dati?
Yes, I have a preference for artist A. I love what trustee Browning had to say about the gateway, so now I'm like B2 with the gateway.
Yeah. Trustee Downs?
A,
Okay, so we agree, artist A is the way to go, and go forth and.
Okay, and now I'll give you a little tidbit since that was unanimous. Artist A designed the utility, painted utility in Laverne Johnson Park that has the train look. And I think maybe served or serves on Lions Fire
Served.
Protection District.
Serve.
Wow.
Thank you.
Perfect.
He'll be
That's
great to
awesome.
work with and appreciate the feedback.
Well, and make sure that all the artists know we really appreciated their work.
We sure will. They all.
Yeah.
And their patience.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, all right, thank you for that. It is my great pleasure to appoint Ann Walker to the Student Advisory Commission, which now has a full complement of students.
That's right.
That's
Very
wonderful. That's great. Okay. And next, the first item of general business is the discussion direction following the workshop on the downtown demolition moratorium. So we had a workshop earlier this evening, where we discussed at length some of the options that staff presented us with, and I'm just gonna open them up again. So question is, do we want to pursue any options at all? do we want to pursue any of, if we do want to pursue any options at all, do we want to pursue any of the options that staff presented, or a hybrid approach, or perhaps something different entirely?
So I have a lot of concerns. I mean, to me, I don't think we have to worry about what happens when the ground is empty. Because we already have those safeguards in place. But the fact that somebody can walk in and tear it down. Like the thing I think of the simplest, because it exists, is the dynamite building. I just want 30 days, just, I don't know, just 30 days. Just just a chance for the staff to go back and say, hey, you know, actually, so-and-so is interested in moving that. Or we could move that, or did you know that this money might be available? I just, yeah, I don't wanna hold up folks in doing what they need to do. To make changes, but I would like for us to have usage up to 45 days. I mean, I'd be good with 30. I don't think I'd want it more than 60. Even though I know there's a longer tail, even being able to start those kinds of things, but I would like to. It'd be a pretty annoying thing for all of us to wake up and see some building torn down one morning that we have no idea whatsoever. Which has not been imminent. I'm just saying that it's that they can do it. It's got to be in the application. Application can't be approved for 45 days. And then staff then comes to us. That gives us at least 2 board meetings.
In case there's a cost to the town of helping
Yeah.
relocate, for example, something.
I think 30 days is a good idea. In concert with some sort of a catalog of what buildings we might be talking about. The 15 that we know of, and then the additional 15, I think there was 30, they said might be possible. Have possible historical significance, so if they could provide us through the grant, which sounds like they're going to go for. If they could provide us and have that upfront material when somebody comes and proposes to demolish the front of that building or make major changes to it, we at least say, oh, that's the dynamite shed. Think about that.
So timing issue here, though.
Yeah.
Is that the application for that grant opens in February. I don't know when it is awarded.
So the application is awarded due in February. We have to name the structures though as part of the application, right? So we have to identify which ones we want to research. I think then we could potentially update the list in the future to remove properties potentially if we find through that study that they're not kind of worthy, but we will have to identify which ones we want to study. Yeah.
So you already know the 30 buildings.
We have a good idea on some of them, but I think we need to make sure we're all on the same page. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Which 20 to 22, is that correct?
20 to 22, we have the 15 on the National Register, and the grant would be for 20 to 22. So I don't know if we're gonna study some of the 15 or if, you know, that we are already on the register. So there will still be a gap in knowledge.
30 days.
Okay. Trustee Williams, do you have an opinion?
And I can tell you what I'm struggling with, which is, I don't know what we do in that 30 days. And I would like to have a pause. I would like to have some comfort that what is going in place of a building that we care about that is likely to be torn down is going to be an improvement and not a loss of whatever history it held. But I don't know how we accomplish that in 30 or in 180 days. I know we have a few options on the table. The most ironclad one seems to be having a development plan in place before an historic building is torn down. But that's a big ask. So that's my struggle, is what we can really do with the time that we're buying ourselves.
I think that's a great question, and I think that, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we can do is help educate people about what is even possible. And, you know, what sort of, for example, tax credits are possible if you decide you want to save the facade of your building. Things that people who may be considering demolition just don't know.
Maybe, I think it's a little bit of weak tea. I think educating people is useful but not powerful. And honestly, I think the incentives that we had in option 3 are also useful but not powerful. So I'm not sure that we can make a difference in the direction of someone's idea that is still half formed. And if it's an idea which is mostly formed, but it's not yet a development plan, I would be surprised to find that we could make a difference in it.
Trustee Browning?
I give considerable weight to the input that we have had from a number of downtown property owners who are opposed to this, and to the EBCs letters that was distributed, noting that it was appropriate at this time. I agree with what one of the property owners said. This is a solution in search of the problem. There have been no instances that I'm aware of buildings that are worth preserving being torn down. I don't know that any 3-story glass steel buildings that have been seriously proposed in line, we've never even gotten to the application stage at the town. I think the projects that have gone forward, for to Main and the hotel, the owners, those projects have done what I would expect most responsible business owners in Lyons to do. Just be sensitive to the existing design guidelines and pay attention to the historical importance that's put on preserving downtown Lyons character. So for all those reasons, I don't think this is something that needs to be done. Another important reason is if you put a 30 or 60 or 90, whatever you do, moratorium with review and education and so forth like that, you are creating a lot of staff time. Government will recognize that. Once again, we're spending staff time on something that I don't think that the end result is the property owner can wait to the end of the 30, 60, 90 days and tear it down anyway. What return have you gotten on that staff time? I just think that Lyons will be sending a message if it maintains the status quo that we've had for years, that we have voluntary historic designation only. I don't think more education is needed. I think most people that own these old historic buildings know they can get tax credits for renovation. Nobody's a block. I just think it's not a lack of education. I think it's a lack of interest. When the historic preservation ordinance was passed, it was deliberately made voluntary. When the design guidelines were approved after years, literally, of effort, they were deliberately made not binding. They were guidelines rather than rules. I think the existing system has worked well, and I don't see a problem here that needs to be solved. So I'm in favor of maintaining the status quo.
Trustee Datchy?
Oh. This isn't an easy one, you know, I tend to really look towards our commissions for their recommendations. And it was helpful to have both the chair of the HPC here and the chair of the EDC, but they didn't agree on the same option. So I can hear, you know, and I think Trustee Williams spoke to this too, about having the development plan prior to the issuance of a demolition permit. And this is what the HPC recommended as well. I think their concern with option 3 is that we couldn't offer enough incentive to protect historic buildings. And I hear what Trustee Browning is saying, which echoes, you know, the EDC, that they prefer option 3 and that even Lost Rock with the hotel probably wouldn't have moved forward. So I mean, I'm a little bit at a loss, honestly. I hear the argument about preserving the facade on Main Street. I hear that, you know, could we have staff prepare a list of incentives? I don't have a clear like direction from a commission. Because honestly, when it comes to historic like this kind of question, I don't know, I guess I would tend to lean towards the Historic Preservation Commission. But obviously this affects people's businesses. So you have to take in the EDC. So I'm just, Because they're not in agreement, and I just can't find a middle ground for, I would love a hybrid option.
Trustee Hamrick, what are your thoughts?
I think a blend of 2 or 3. 2 with the stay of demo, a short period. I would think 60 days is more appropriate, just to have some dialogue, especially if they're in due diligence of buying the property. It's gonna take a while. I know in Ace's note I came across in the email that his was delayed 3 years in Boulder, so I think 60 days is not unreasonable. Is it gonna accomplish anything? I don't know, but I think at least forcing the conversation, making sure people are aware of the options. I'm sure they are aware, but you never know. So, and then certainly pursuing incentives. There's not many incentives that I think are meaningful from our perspective. I think the financial ones are most impactful, which are hitting the tax side. So it's worth a try, without in my opinion, damaging the business or their ability to sell, like putting onerous regulations. I think 30, 60 days isn't helpful in my opinion.
And I would agree. I think 45 days seems like a good amount of time. And the requiring a development agreement before a demolition permit is issued is really, I think, would really harm people who are trying to sell their properties. And we don't want to do that. I think 45-day stay seems reasonable to at least work through what tax credits I get, what is available to me if I decide I want to save this facade, and if I decide I don't want to save this facade after 45 days, I can still do the demolition that I would like to do. When it comes to the glass and steel structure, that if I remember correctly, and I may not, but if I remember correctly, the owners of that property, when a potential buyer came to them and said, I would like to build this glass and steel structure, they removed the property from the market because they did not want to see the glass and steel structure built.
They were that concerned about it.
So it may not have come to the board, but it did get that far, and if it weren't for them doing that and deciding to, as far as Sarah Footing said, kind of go past the point of no return, we would have a glass and steel structure.
Well, or another hole in the ground and it would have been held up from building again.
So I think a hybrid approach is a great approach. And it sounds like the majority agree. So is, for the folks who do want a hybrid approach, is 45 days the middle ground, okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
I know that you're not a fan of this. Trustee Williams, what do you think?
I'm fine with that being the placeholder that serves as direction until it comes back to the board. I still feel as if, notwithstanding our thinking about it and staff's research on it and the commission's input on it, still doesn't feel to me as if we've hit the ideal answer. So it still, to me, feels half-baked, but I'm fine with taking something which is half-baked to another round of discussion.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that particular one? So to Trustee Williams' point, kind of what activities should occur? And the big one I'm thinking about is, should the conversations between the applicant and the town remain at the staff level? Or should there be a process in which it gets elevated to either, an agenda item with the board? To what end, I guess, or to your point, kind of what are we hoping to achieve in the 45 days? If it's really just pause education, I think that could happen just with staff. But if it's really like, and we want to elevate this publicly, then it would need a public hearing. So any thoughts on that?
What I would be interested in seeing is a proposed workflow from staff.
Okay.
Was to talk about. I
Sure.
don't remember the rest of it.
Like the proposed policy to implement a 45-day stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can show a couple options then. Okay.
Yeah, cause I would, I feel like it's, if it needed to come to the board, that there was some unique something or other that, you're gonna bring it to the board, but I'd like to see the process guidelines.
Okay, yeah, we'll flesh that out.
Okay.
And then again, I think the area for which you would like to implement such a, any property holder, just the historic downtown, thoughts on, and we can keep this open-ended, but if you already have some direction,
Just downtown.
this would be helpful.
I'm concerned about downtown, I'm concerned about our Main Street. I mean, I'm concerned about the shopette and what is happening apparently at the shopette. But I don't think that falls under historic preservation.
Well, it doesn't, the historic guidelines only pertain to the 300 and 400 block or just the 400 block?
The design guidelines, there is a special overlay for the historic downtown area.
And it's really just that, but so.
And High Street or not? High Street?
Oh, there's a couple buildings, yeah. But if you want us to work on drafting a policy with different groups and businesses, we need to know is kind of the nod Main Street and those buildings that would be deemed historically significant, or only the current historic area? Or even residences that are historic.
Yeah, I think it's Main Street and High.
Okay,
And
so we can go,
the 3 and the 400 one. They're shown on the map. It's shown on the map.
we'll continue to focus on the area that the moratorium is subject to then.
Not further down through what we consider Lions Quilt on.
No.
Okay.
So if the shop bet, we wake up tomorrow and it's gone and 9 businesses are out of business.
And this isn't where that applies. You know.
Well, that would be historic. I mean, it's been there since the.
Yeah, but are we wanting to preserve that? Not my book.
Well, maybe not the building,
Yeah.
but you need to think of the businesses too.
I actually think about it the other way around,
Oh,
that we're not trying to favor individual businesses or even functions.
okay.
But that there might be something cool about a development, about a building,
Yeah.
about a collection of buildings.
But you don't want to stay. You were saying all of Main Street. That's why we need some more we need some more, where do you want it? Just the 3 and 400 and High?
I think Will was throwing up here.
Aren't they?
The area subject to the moratorium initially.
Not the purple. Okay. So
Which we
vintage
can-
motors.
No,
Well, the purple is the 300 block.
It's the black outline is, everything in the black outline
Everything in the
is.
blackout.
Okay, so vintage motors would be included,
We can refine this over time, but we'll start with this.
Not the museum.
but
Not
not
down the
Western.
museum.
I know.
Knock down the elementary school.
I think I heard, the next one is just kind of definition of demolition, I think this probably would include maybe, not maybe to go so far as windows, but maybe kind of changes to the street facing facades or removal of the entire building. Does that feel like the kind of the right position to start?
I would wanna know what other municipalities do, because I think like City of Boulder, you can leave one wall up and it's not considered a total demolition. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, everybody has, they're trying to slice this like kind of interestingly. So yeah, I can kind of bring more information on different ways we could consider that. Okay.
I remember a restaurant on Long Island that, the only thing that was left was the front door and the door frame.
Right.
Everything else was down.
so it was open air dining, is that what you?
Communities come up with some creative ways and often it's like a workaround based on one project that then they kind of twist themselves around.
And then we talked a little bit about it.
Age of applicability, I think for now, we'll just probably go with National Historic Preservation Standards of 50 years, but as we refine our research and continue to come back to you, we could narrow that.
Or historic.
We're all historic around here.
Does that mean I shouldn't like even be thinking my entire? Whatever it was 24 years ago was where it needs to stop?
Yeah.
Okay. So 45 days, we'll bring to you options for kind of what to do within those 45 days. And then in terms of incentives, I think we can talk a little bit more internally about what we think might be worth fine tuning with you all. Any thoughts, Town Attorney Dittman, on this conversation? Are we still within our?
Yeah, I think so. It's really up to the board about the sort of policy direction we want to go.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So general business item 2, that was an if needed item, and I think it's not needed since we passed that to go to second reading unless anybody objects. Okay, then let's move to the mental health and wellness fund, the community foundation.
So as you heard earlier this evening, thank you, Kim, thank you, Lisa. See you tomorrow. The, Lions Community Foundation is making a request for the board to consider transferring, or it actually be terminating our arrangement with the Boulder Foundation and entering into a new agreement for the mental health and wellness funds to be deposited and administered by the Longmont Community Foundation. I did make contact with the Community Foundation of Boulder, and they have said that even if it stays with them, they're still fine with the Lions Community Foundation being the advisory board to that funds, but they'll be charged this administrative fee. If this goes to Longmont, they can arrange that same setup and there will not be a fee to be administered. So there's no problem either way. They said we can keep it with them. We can take Lions Community Foundation off as the advisory board and then they would make the decisions where those funds go. Or it's okay if we also want to terminate our agreement with them. And then we would bring forward a new agreement with the Longmont Community Foundation with LCF Lions Community Foundation advising that board.
Does staff have an opinion?
If it saves $6,000 or $8,000, I'd say it's worth doing if that's the desires of the Lions Community Foundation. I do like having our advisory board be the local people making the decisions, not knowing it's going into a larger fund through Boulder County. So I'm fine with that. All it means is drafting, we'll probably put it on consent if you tell me to move forward to draft a termination notice to Boulder Foundation, and then I'll work with Mr. Sparks and Ms. Schnebel on what we need to do to set it up for this year.
Okay. Anyone opposed to that?
What other connections do we have with the foundation?
Which foundation? Boulder County? They do offer, of course, different grant programs that have been awarded to LEAF. Probably, I don't they administer what was the big one they got? Common Cause?
I can't remember the name of it.
I think they might, they award grants if people apply for them.
Good cause, maybe?
Good Cause or, yeah.
Oh,
They found it was Boulder County.
That's yeah, okay. So, she was very clear, you know, they administer hundreds of grants and it's not gonna not be offensive to them.
Oh,
you know what? I shouldn't mention this just to be full. She did mention there's another option. Is that the money could be distributed from the fund could be done so as part of the community trust process. She says it's an arrangement they have with the town of Lafayette. But again, my understanding would be they'd have an admin fee to do that. But she said it's 100 volunteers from Lafayette that review grant applications and make recommendations. And I think that's way too cumbersome for me. Unnecessary.
I think just moving it to Longmont. I remember the gentleman talking at the LCF annual grant.
Yeah.
And they sound very flexible, so if we have specific requirements, I'm sure we can work some out with them.
Yeah.
Works with them. So it seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, so we have two options with Boulder, then it would be to either write a letter requesting termination of the agreement. Or she said it will automatically expire if we do not deposit any funds over 3 years.
I think let's ask her what she would prefer. It would make it easier for her. And I just want to state for the record, this is in no way a reflection on the Community Foundation of Boulder.
Oh, gosh, no.
They are wonderful. They're wonderful folks. This is, it's a fiduciary decision for LCF and a solid one, so. I think it's fine.
But just to clarify, do we not anticipate getting more funds from the marijuana tax in the next 3 years?
Oh, we will get funds.
We will.
They'll be down, they'll be lower.
They'll be lower, but we will still be getting funds, so it's better to terminate now, because we will be getting more funds that we'll need to transfer.
We haven't
Longmont Community Foundation.
We don't know that amount for this year.
No, of course not, but you were talking about the 3 years and.
Yeah, she was just saying if you make no deposits
Right.
for 3 years,
Yeah.
we'll automatically
So-
close that.
We could make those deposits into Longmont.
Exactly.
Without terminating.
Yeah, so she's saying you don't have to necessarily terminate it, just don't deposit for 3 years, but to me, that's still administrative for them, they don't need it.
Yeah.
Keep it clean.
So,
So terminate and then negotiate an agreement.
so direction to staff is draft what is necessary to terminate the agreement.
Yep.
Alright.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mhm.
And then next is an agenda request from trustee Browning about limb pickup. We heard earlier that the limb pickup is happening and how it will be paid for, assuming that the bids come in at a reasonable rate from there. So trustee Browning, is there something?
I don't know if necessarily will be there, we'll go with whoever's the lowest. bid.
Whoever's the lowest, yeah.
I had asked for this because several citizens had expressed an interest after one storm and let pick up, and I just wanted to make sure that it got attention. I do have a budget question though, that is, what amount, if you know, was left over from this year's budgeted limb pickup? I don't think we spent it all, correct?
We didn't, we rolled it over into wildfire mitigation, I believe. I don't know if Cassie's still there, but that's part of that. What we rolled over from wildfire, we added it there. It was around, gosh, don't quote me on it, but I want to say the last, I think there's around 3,000.
That was left from the 2025
Yeah.
budget, and we rolled it into wildfire mitigation, so,
Uh-huh.
and this is part of wildfire mitigation, so we actually have like,
Well, we have that full
3,000 or so.
80,000 now.
yes, we have like 3,000 rolled over from last year's budget. And then we have budgeted what, 12,000 for curbside pickup this year?
Yeah, it was, and it has progressively been going down since we've been offering the drop off.
So unless, you know, there could be heavy spring snows and.
Sure, we never
windstorms
know.
Like today, again, but it looks like if that trend continues, that if push came to shove, we might have enough to refurb some.
That's what I'm saying. We'll try to absorb it in our budget first.
Right.
And if we can't, then what we'll do next year, like we did in December, is we'll bring forward a budget request for a budget appropriation.
And we've got the wildfire mitigations.
And we have that, which we already,
Pickups, we've got that as a fund.
so we don't need to make any adjustments. We can just plan to do it now. We'll plan to do it after any major event, but I do want to just encourage people to use a service we're paying for through our county taxes first, if possible.
Yeah.
I'd love to find a way to get a group of volunteers out, you know, to, I'm not saying Lions volunteers, but I'd love to just see people help neighbors, and maybe if what it is it's to buy a trailer. That volunteers.
We had a trailer.
Yeah, we have,
Yeah.
anyway.
You need the people,
I just want to say, we made an effort to try to
yeah.
do that, to go trailer and go around, but it was more difficult to organize than you.
But I do want to note, this impacts all the public property too, and we have lots of public property that needs mediation. If you've been through Bone Park and you saw Martin parcel, how many trees came down? We now have that parcel in the Confluence neighborhood that's adjacent to the
Yeah.
river that is in major need. And now what we call Beaver Island, the
Yeah.
area between the supply ditch and The Habitat Pond, wow, is that a mess?
Yeah.
So I mean, we have a lot of need on public land that I really want to use our budget toward first, and then, really try to figure out a way to help encourage private property through these other means, and we need to figure out a good buddy system to help our neighbors.
I think it will be a comfort to some of our citizens who had asked that we are gonna do this.
We are, they're just still very
Exactly
busy
during the
doing
year.
primary
Maybe,
cleanup.
maybe there won't be a heavy late snowfall this year.
No.
because we're not having any snow.
Or it might be in March.
I want people to know that we're not gonna just leave a bunch of dead limbs sitting around down
No.
months at a time.
No, it just, we need to let them get through the primary cleanup, the hazardous cleanup, and then we'll be doing curbside.
Thank you.
Great, yeah.
I agree that what we need is solid drop off and pickup.
Mhm.
And there was an interesting evolution in drop off, which everyone might not know, which is that the county is trying to have several of these events that are not necessarily town specific. So they announced this time to a list of 1,500 people when we had the wind event that were outside of Lions proper
Yes.
or even Lions Fire. And they had people coming in from hygiene, which we had partnered with, but also people from throughout the county. They had registrations from pretty far afield. And now every time they do this, they're going to try to do one in hygiene, but invite all of us. Do one here, invite everyone. Do one in Estes. If Larimer decides to do something like this, I could imagine a whole network of these things and lots of options for people to drop off. And then if we have a few options for people to have it picked up, it's a pretty good compliment. But that's really different from like one drop off that only we can go to, that only we know about. And maybe only one pickup that happens once a year or even a couple.
I think we had another reminder today with the fire in between Westville and Lafayette. How quickly it is gonna spread in these conditions, and yeah, we all have to be working together on this, so. So yeah, as soon as we, Dave will be back tomorrow. He'd asked for people to give us bids. And so we should be able to announce it here in the next couple days of when it will be, but my guess will be the week of the 12th or the 19th, probably.
Great. Right, thanks.
And I'm kind of glad it waited because now we had to make it.
Yeah, I know. All right, trustee reports, trustee Hemrick.
SFC's meeting this Thursday, so nothing to report.
Trustee Dodgy.
Yes, the LHC will meet January 13th, which is next Tuesday at 4:30. The Student Advisory Commission, as you heard, will meet on January 15th with Sergeant Chris present right here at 3:30, but we might make our way over to the Sheriff's Depot and talk about graffiti. And I just wanted to make a statement regarding ordinance 1205 that we passed on December 15th regarding unreasonable noise. I realize that I cannot uncast or recast my vote. But I want to reiterate that I stand by my original intention of including faulty mechanical noise in that ordinance. And I realize that my vote did not follow that way. And my conscience just does not agree with my vote. So I didn't make that really clear. And I just want to say that I should have worded differently. Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Roll.
Neither the Ecology Board or the Parks and Rec met in December. Your meeting's coming up of note, and especially it's timely in the light of what happened up in Glen Haven. We're gonna have David Neal, the mountain lion guy, sometime in February. I don't know when they've scheduled it. But the last time he talked in Lions was about 8 or 9 years ago, and it was over at Western Star, on the old restaurant. It was a packed house.
Yeah.
Can we, is that something the AV is comfortable disseminating to the community?
Oh, they're definitely going to.
Oh,
I mean,
great.
This is a community outreach event, so it's gonna be at the library.
That's a big deal. Wonderful. Perfect.
HPC meets on the 21st of the month. And surely I reckon I need to come back with more accurate reporting.
Trustee Berry?
Nothing to report, neither the UEB nor the EDC have met since our last meeting. I think the UEB's meeting Wednesday. So that'll be a lot of discussion on the wastewater.
But so, Trustee Williams?
UCDC met on December 22nd. Primary discussion item was the dual parcels in the eastern corridor. So I set that out, knowing that we would later hear the same question about the PUD.
Okay. And Housing and Human Services hasn't met. So I'm gonna take a moment of privilege here and say, you know, I get a lot of holiday cards, you know, from different municipalities. And I just got one from the governor. And I, you know, I was so moved by it. It's a poem. I was so moved by it, I'm actually gonna read it. It's a poem by Andrea Gibson, who died in 2025 and was the poet laureate of the state of Colorado. I know you think this world is too dark to even dream in color. But I've seen flowers bloom at midnight. I've seen kites fly in gray skies, and they were real close to looking like the sunrise. And sometime takes the most wounded wings, the most broken things to notice how strong the breeze is, how precious the flight. Andrew Gibson, and I thought it was just beautiful that the governor made that his holiday card this year, so.
If you've
Yeah,
not,
thank you.
watched the documentary on,
Oh, God.
on her,
Yeah.
it's not an easy watch, but it is certainly extremely well done.
Yeah.
And it was literally filmed right here, like in Longmont, or on the outskirts of Longmont.
Come see me in the good light.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Come see me in the good light. Okay, can we have a summary of action items, please?
Yes, let's see, I've got, that the board would consider a sponsorship for Old Man Winter, and that's, I believe, Josh is supposed to bring that back to you guys. Town clerk is to schedule a running for office open house sometime early next week. The board would like a TiVo update at the next meeting. Ordinance 1203 passed to second reading. Ordinance 1211 passed to second reading. Regarding the municipal flag, the board opted for Artist A and directed staff to work with the artist. Regarding the demo moratorium, the direction to staff was a few things. They would like to see a proposed workflow and policy. They agreed upon a 45-day period. The area is to be that is defined on the map that was presented. The age of the buildings was to use national standards. And then staff is to fine tune incentives and bring that back to the board. Next I have, staff is to draft a termination letter to the Boulder Community Foundation and draft a contract to move forward with the Longmont Community Foundation.
Victoria, anything else?
I do not have anything else.
Attorney Devon?
And some research on the conditional zoning of the PUD and what options are available there to revoke the PUD potentially if it's not used for development.
And then some follow-up questions from trustee Lowell regarding that as well.
Regarding the CPW comments.
Yeah.
All right, terrific. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
That motion passes unanimously.
we are adjourned.
All right. Good night, everyone.